Okay. Alright. Alright. Just plop down in my throne. I think it's about time. What do you guys think? Is it time to resume the zero skill challenge? Pure luck build. I say we get to it. Give me just a second. Alright, I think it's time to rumble. Let's get this show on the road. Welcome to the Gossip Guy stream. Zero skill required. Leave it at the door on your way in. So I wanted to go ahead and address something. You're gonna have to forgive my hairstyle, okay? I've been dealing with some stuff. Completely unable to leave my cage to go and perform human activities. For the longest time, I've got a mullet. The back of my hair grows like significantly faster. I'm like Super Saiyan 3 back there. It grows so much faster than every other part of my head. And I just don't know what to do with it. I've just got my own tiny permanent mullet all the time. And I have to cut it myself, essentially. Let me see what y'all talking about in the chat. I heard you say, alright, J. Dawnchild, you're talking about a normal stream? We don't have normal streams here. You might as well wipe your palate clean, because you're going to have a terrible stream of just incredible bad luck. But somehow also just straight up maximum luck at the same time. Bad luck as in my controller makes me play like crap, and I had nothing to do with it. You see? Yeah, that's it. That's right. Now, Wiz is in the stream. How you doing, Wiz? Welcome. It's been a long time. Welcome to the stream. Glad you could catch it. And Dr. Marbel as well. Snooze Poos, I see you. Welcome to the stream. How are you guys doing today? Let me see. Yeah, I wanted to go ahead and test something. I'm just going to type something random into the chat and see if it actually works. Because I've fiddled with some stuff behind the scenes. See if it even works. So I've got some sort of chat bot set up with my stream stuff. And I typed in the command and it literally did nothing. So that's a very good sign that it's working just as intended. Perfect. This is the Gossip Guy stream, you guys. You're gonna have to get used to this. Everything going smoothly, flawlessly. Shimmering. I don't even know what to say. I'm just at a loss for words. Shimmering gloriously. Oh, man. Alright, well, that did not work. Fantastic. Let me check the chat. What are y'all talking about? I know I got snowed in for a long time. It snowed and then it sleeted and it rained for like 2 entire days straight and formed like a massive layer of ice over everything, and nobody could leave. Nobody could get in their car. Their car was completely like armored in ice. It was terrible. So yeah, I couldn't leave. I was actually planning on getting a haircut sooner, like much sooner, but of course the bad weather and all kinds of, you know, IRL stuff happening. Things just happened and I couldn't get to it in time, unfortunately, because I was going to want to, you know, spruce up a bit before the next stream, but that didn't happen. I'm destined to look butt-ass ugly and revolting every single second of my life. Perfect. You know, I'd be upset if it was any different, because that's a little bit normal, and we don't have normal here. Let me pop this bad boy open. Let's get this game rumbling. Before I do that, though, before I completely make a fool of myself, let me mute the stream music. Let's see, playthrough, there we go. All right, and here we are. Wiz says, thanks for having me as always, GG. Doing well, and I hope you are too. I am doing excellent. I was doing absolutely abysmal before. I think I'm doing a little bit better now. Things have not exactly been going the way I wanted it to. Let's just say that. some car troubles. Massive car troubles. And by the way, if you guys have not joined the Discord server, I highly recommend that you do so, because I had my bot set up to automatically spit out Discord links just periodically throughout the stream so that I wouldn't have to bother doing it. But if you check the description of this live stream, you can find an invite link to the Discord, so you guys are all more than welcome to join the Discord. I just got done sprucing it up. It's nice and refurbished, I guess you could say. A lot of neat things going on in that server now, so if you guys want to check that out, I highly recommend doing so. Before I waddle on over there, I'm going to check out what y'all are talking about. Gossip Geist may as well be Mitch Hedberg right now. Guy is flowing verbally and aesthetically. I wish. Both of those things are the complete opposite of true. Aesthetically revolting, perhaps. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I read that one. I got some snow today, but it's basically nothing. Yeah, I just got some snow myself after it just all the ice melted away. Finally. Then we got some snow. So I was like, oh, thanks. I appreciate it. Grocery stores, empty of the essentials. Oh, man. Shelves completely wiped, dude. Like, all the meat walls, the dairy coolers, and everything just completely barren. It's incredible. People were stocking up, that's for sure. Hi, I'm Pandy. I changed my... Oh, you're Pandy Vang. I remember your profile picture, Pandy Vang. Can't believe it or not. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Glad you could catch it. Wiz says, I'm sorry to hear about your car troubles. Hang in there, man. We are struggling together. My car troubles have extended for over a month at this point, because there was a car accident involving a deer, and we're having to fight insurance and the people that are responsible for checking the car for damages and evaluating them and stuff like that. And then they're just dragging their feet. Literally both parties are dragging their feet, insurance and the people that are looking at the car. Yeah, they're taking forever. They're sweet time, even though essentially they're supposed to be taking 48 hours to solve stuff like this. I'll give them 72 hours as, you know, leeway. But everybody and their mama at the office apparently had to go on vacation at the exact same time, so it was very terrible. But that was only for like a couple days. As soon as they got back, we were like, hey, you know, can you fix this, please? Can you get this sorted out? No, we can't do that. We are car insurance people. We don't do that here. So I was like, oh, okay, well, thanks. Why do I pay you? Man. Yeah, not having a vehicle for over a month is pretty incredible. Let me just say that. Keep it nice and sweet. Sweet and simple. Jadon Child says, it may be that I see someone's personality in their face, but you don't look like crap. I'll take your word for it. But my reflection cracking every single time I look at it says otherwise. Snooze says, the car troubles are so real. They are more real than you can imagine. They are also more terrible. Let me get out of this weird 4:3 aspect ratio area. There we go. Alright, so for the life of me, I cannot remember, because it's been a couple of millennia since the last time I streamed this game. I cannot remember what I said that I was going to do. I think it was about, planting the last couple of magic beans or something. So let's go ahead and do that. Wait. I did do a check. I did verify which ones that I haven't done yet before I started the stream, just in case that was what I wanted to do. But let me just go ahead and take care of the one over here in front of Dodongo's Cavern, because even though I don't even need it anymore, let's just do it. That's how we roll, baby. We do things for no reason around here. Absolutely no reason whatsoever. We are not optimized in this stream. None of that funny business. Come here, you. Alright, let me let this chicken squawk its head off while I read the chat. Dr. Marbel says, not to be out of pocket, but taters and Polish sausage are delicious with a Geist stream. You know, there's very little things in life that are not delicious with a Geist stream, if you think about it. But I can imagine that being extra delicious now that you mention it. That does sound pretty nice. Now that you put that nice, delicious image in my head. I'm like, some taters. Some taters. That does sound pretty good right now, honestly. Some bratwursts, tater tots, or just flat out baked potatoes. Making me tummy rumbly. Let me put my pills on my slot. And boom goes the dynamite. Nice. I'm halfway there to a Billy Mitchell hairstyle, just so you guys know. I gotta let the other side of my head flare up. So, in case you were wondering what kind of look I was going for. Insurance not doing what they're supposed to? No. But actually, yes, because they're thieves. Yep. I don't even understand why we pay insurance companies. All you gotta do, if you just save your money every single time, and every little bit that you spend towards your insurance companies, if you literally just set that aside instead of giving it to them, you would actually get a hell of a lot more bang for your buck in the long run. Because how many years we've been paying this car insurance? Like, I think it's twice a year, every 6 months or so. We have to give them like $500, $600, $700, $800. It varies. I don't know why they keep increasing it, because they're just the coolest people. And this is just for car insurance, and I don't know why my game is like doing that. Just freezing for some reason, but that's cool. Everything's nice and wonderful. Anyway, if you just save that money, you'd have enough money eventually to just pay for any damages that happened to your vehicle, because the only thing that really was damaged on the vehicle that was taken by the insurance company was just the hood. The hood of the car and a cracked light, front right light, headlight. The little glass part on the front of it was cracked, and if you took that to a mechanic, you could just get that stuff repaired for probably under $1,000, maybe $1,000, maybe a slightly over $1,000. But you know, the last time that we had like an accident with a vehicle, it's been many years. So within that time frame, you would have been able to save up enough money to just pay off the damages without getting insurance involved at all. So, you know, I'm just saying, what's the point of insurance if they're just gonna repo your car? I think I'm building shaders or something. Although I've never seen that happen before in this game, in Ship of Harkinian, but whatever. You know, I don't care. But yeah, they're trying to total the car because of a little bit of damage on the hood and a cracked headlight. They're trying to total loss the car. And we're like, no, you're not. We can't, no one can afford to purchase, wait a second, a new vehicle these days because the prices are outrageous. There, I just wanted to finish that thought. I said that I was going to do the beans. I just did the Dodongo's Cavern, and I've got one more in Gerudo Valley, the little canyon that leads up to it. I can't remember. Where was the last one at? I went and verified it too, for no reason too. Like, where was it, man? Uh-oh. I can't remember. Alright, is my game gonna, like, stop doing that? That would be lovely. Hold on a minute. I don't understand. Why the heck is it doing that? I think it might be the texture pack, honestly. Because I did have to do a manual repack of this texture pack. Just so that I can get some latest textures from Ocarina of Time Reloaded. There was a couple of new textures added in the GitHub for Ocarina of Time Reloaded. Like some textures for the Shadow Temple and a fix for Impa's skin color. Coincidentally, both things that were associated with the Shadow Temple. So I was like, huh, it'd be nice to have those for the next stream, you know, prepare it in advance. So I went ahead and unpacked it. And because those updates, or those new textures, hasn't been pushed yet to an official release. So I went ahead and made my own little custom early access release, whatever you want to call it. I just grabbed the textures that were committed and added them and repacked them so that I could use them for the stream, but I think I might have repacked them improperly or something. Because the game is not exactly putting up with it. I've never seen it do these things before. That's kind of strange. I'm hoping that it stops eventually, and if it doesn't, then whatever. I can easily just man, that one bean that I can't remember is killing me. Anyway, I can just turn off the textures if needed. It's not necessary to enjoy some good old Ocarina of Time. Let me read the chat. Nah, diced potatoes, man, that does sound good as well. I'm a big fan of those little tiny whole potatoes, if you ask me. Put some nice garlic butter on those things. Oh boy. You got me jumping for joy. I think I'm 5 to 6 hours away, Doc. You can have some, I'll make it for everyone. What a kind gentleman you are, Dr. Marbel. What an absolute legend. Sharing his meal. I just realized something awesome. Attending the stream and listening while moving around doing stuff hurts less than sitting in one spot playing this game myself. Not as young as I used to be. Tell me about it. I am withering away as a mummy right now. You just can't tell. I know that there's one more. Yep, there it is. There's my beanie weenie. My beanie hole. My beanie weenie hole, as they call it. Here we go. Time for a cracked skull. Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, Soup? Glad you could catch the stream. How you doing? What are you doing here, lady? Why did you come all the way down here? What? You were just about to ask me the same thing? I did just ask you the same thing. Well, now that you're down here, you may as well make the best of things. Is she just stuck? What a great idea. Actually, let me see if I can... I don't have an empty bottle. I do have a bug for absolutely no reason. I don't remember why I have that. But there it is. I do like me some bugs. That could explain it. Let me just go ahead and put my glasses on and go have a chat with my cousin. See what this bad boy has to say. Responding to your mask, this strange stone statue talks to you. I overheard this. They say that the thief named Naburu who haunts this area is a Gerudo. You don't say. Sometimes we stones just don't have a lot to talk about. We're very boring people, believe it or not. Wiz says, you need an estimate and a check for repairs. Headlight will probably be way cheaper than buffing out the dent. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, well, it's the headlight works just fine. It's just a glass that's in front of it that's cracked. Like the little protective plastic thing in front of it. Not the actual glass on the bulb itself. So the headlight still works just fine. But I think you might still get pulled over anyway. Just because they love to pull you over dumb stuff. But the hood is the one thing that I would like to get repaired. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, if they can just repair the hood, that'd be nice. Instead of saying that the car is a total loss. That'd be lovely. Responding to your mask, this strange stone statue talks to you. I also read that as well. They say that there is a secret on the road that leads to Lake Hylia. A secret, you say? I know a thing or two about secrets, and I'm absolutely loving these massive pauses in the game that are happening for no reason other than my own stupidity, probably. Alright, so there's 2 magic beans down, and I literally cannot remember for the life of me where the other one is. A lot of good that reconnaissance before the stream did for me. What good is that information if I'm just going to forget it in minutes? I don't know. Also, you see that? You see that crap with the skybox shimmering like that? Like gyrating as I move the camera? Yeah, I don't know what that is, and I don't like it. Unfortunate thing is it happens for both, and I think that's a bug. I think it's just a straight up bug in Ship of Harkinian, and they probably need to squash that one. That is an icky, stinky poo-poo bug. And we don't like poo-poo bugs around here. I'm pretty sure I already went down that hole. Oh well. I'll remember where that one goes. I don't think any of them are essential. Those magic beans, plants, whatever. I don't think any of them are essential. I think I've got everything already. So, it is what it is, but that leaves us with the bottom of the well. So let's go ahead and find that. Get away from this floating pineapple. Something tells me that there's another plant, another bean plant, in Kakariko Village. Those slowdowns are starting to rustle my jimmies. Not a fan of that. Soup says, middle of an Age of Imprisonment session. Currently on the Grim Goma boss. Nice. Yeah, Age of Imprisonment was really fun. I think I had just a little bit more fun with Age of Calamity, which I think is a hot take. According to many... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. According to me, polls and the consensus that I've been seeing, a lot of people seem to enjoy Age of Imprisonment. Excuse me, Age of Imprisonment more. It might be recency bias, I don't know, but... To me personally, I kind of enjoyed Calamity a little bit more because of the clothing that you can get, the armor, the outfits and stuff, and Link's movesets. I think pretty much everybody's movesets in Age of Calamity felt more impactful, felt more fun, and the weapon building system was a lot more, I guess you could tell when you upgraded your weapons in Age of Calamity a little bit more than Age of Imprisonment, because the seals were able to do much more to make it visibly apparent that you were upgrading your weapon to become that type, like attack speed and whatnot. I really loved Age of Calamity's Link's two-handed weapon moveset. It was just straight up unga bunga, and I loved it. Okay, I was thinking that this one hasn't been planted yet, but clearly it has been. So, excuse me, princess. Hey, Blue, what's up, Blue? What are you talking about? MCL Blue, uh-oh, you're in the stream. Yikes. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. How you doing, MCL Blue? Welcome to the stream. Glad you could catch it. The gang's almost all here. Uh-oh, never mind. Listless Wither is in the stream. Now the gang's all here. Actually, we have one more character. One more unlockable character that has yet to make an appearance. Will they arrive? And I think we all know who we're talking about. Will they grace us with their presence? We'll have to see. I'm pretty sure I have to play the, Songamajig to make this man very angry. If I haven't even done that already, I think I thought I did. Just swore I have. Oh, I haven't. Oh. Alright. Well, I gotta trigger this guy, and then he makes the water in the well go away. I gotta remember how to play. There we go. Nope. There we go. That's what it was. Alright, well this guy is soiling his slacks. I'm gonna check this chat out. What are y'all talking about? My brother beat this game for the first time recently, and I was absolutely baffled. He said he didn't really have many problems in the water temple. He probably just had amnesia for that one moment. Because there's always that one door you're like, where in the world is that locked door at? Unless he's a giga genius of untold caliber. Which seems to be possible when you're anyone but me. Alright. So. No swimming trunks required. It's time we go stepping into the bottom of the well. Before I do, though. Before I do. Link Mario, I saw your message earlier. I'm just really bad at reading chat. I like to play the game and like just get lost in the game. Sorry about that, man. Leaked Mario, hey Gossip Guys, good to see you. I'm reading your messages, don't worry. I'm trying to catch up on the stream chat, honestly. I've seen a lot of people typing and I hadn't caught them all. So give me just a second to read the messages. Let me see. The section kind of reminds me of the Lanayru Promenade. It's got a skull thicker than petrified wood. My brother beat this game. Wiz says, can confirm that a statey pulled me over recently for a headlight that was out. My registry was expired. He let me off with a warning. But I was mighty thankful he pulled me over because I didn't know about the light. I think I've had that happen before where like my brake light, one of my brake lights were out and I had no idea about it. So they do things like occasionally they kind of help you out sometimes. They didn't give me a ticket or anything. They're just like, hey, you should probably get that checked out. Imprisonment. It's a game that I thought I had a great theory on. I missed the armor thing. Yeah, I missed the armor thing in Age of Calamity. That was really cool. It's a nice little reward, an actual reward for doing things. It's something I might try and start a discussion of in the Discord, but have you also ever found the silver swords and shields in Breath of the Wild odd like I have? Yeah, I kind of did. There's a lot of things, a lot of weapon types that are very interesting, actually, in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I was thinking about making some sort of, like, I don't know, doing something involving those, because I'm pretty sure there's like so many shields, so many wooden shields with different unique designs on them in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom that it's honestly kind of crazy. Like, why are there so many patterns, so many weird, like, symbols on like a dozen or so wooden shields? It's just intriguing. I was wasting time on dating apps, like the absolute... You're down bad, MCL Blue. What are you doing? Well, you don't need to have any of that. Now you've got a Gossip Guy stream to chill in. Let me see. I was doing my first proper playthrough of Ocarina of Time on 3DS when I lost my 3DS. Well, that sucks. RIP Soup's 3DS. This part of the story was always my favorite. Not sure why, other than the Song of Storms being my favorite. Yeah, this part of the story is pretty cool. It's like 2 dungeons in one. The bottom of the well and the Shadow Temple back to back is like a double whammy of super spookiness. The chat in the live stream seems to be delayed compared to what you're reading. Yeah, it is. Yeah, Link Mario, if you're in the stream, in the chat still, I do apologize for not reading your messages earlier. I do miss some accidentally, but you've got to keep in mind that the chat is like extremely delayed for some reason. In order for the stream to like not suck and lag out really bad, I have to set it on like the lowest latency, which is normal, or the highest latency, or whatever you want to call it. So it takes a while for me to actually see your messages when you type them in. It takes me a while to for it to pop up on my screen, so you'll have to forgive me about that. Man, dating today is a nightmare hexscape. If you find a good partner, hang on to them. That's right. It is probably an absolute nightmare. It's less being down bad and more being forever alone. Hey, I mean, being forever alone has its perks. You got plenty of things to do, to spend your time on. Plenty of things to catch your attention. Sometimes it's a boon, rather than a bane. So don't revel in the sadness. Just appreciate the goodness. All good things come in time. Thank you, sir, for extinguishing thyself. Hello, gentlemen. I gotta play the sun song for this guy, I believe. If I can even remember how to do that. It's so long since I played. Let me check it out. Sun song down. Yeah. Alright. Did you finally manage to read my messages, bud? Yeah, you were saying hi. Free to buddy. Get your next stream. Said first stream, how are you? Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you doing, Link Mario? Thank you for becoming a member. Let me see. Yeah, I did read your messages. I just mentioned that it does take a while for chat messages to pop up on my screen, on my window that's up here in my top monitor. And I do get mixed up a lot playing the game, and I do miss some messages. So I do apologize for that. But I did indeed read your messages. Okay, there's a chest down there, and there's a big old boogeyman right there. Let's see. Oh yeah, I do try my best to read all messages. Don't you worry about that. All you gotta do is be patient, and I will get to them. And if I don't, just go ahead and mention it to me, because I am a moron. And it would not surprise me if I did accidentally miss it. I see some room back there. Just go ahead and crack this bad boy open. Got myself a key. Yeah, you can't trust walls in this place. See? You also can't trust ceilings. Wait, let this guy go by real quick. There we go. Alright, let's check out what's in the hoe. MCL says, but I want kids, GG, and time is running out. I can understand the you know what? That actually does hit close to home. It does. I can understand the rush. The sense of, the hourglass running out. What in the world? I did not expect that. Good lord, give me a second. I'm trying to be sentimental here. Yeah, I can completely understand the terrible feeling of that. Like, you don't know if you're going to get to it in time. You don't know if it's going to be able to happen to you and stuff like that. It's a terrible feeling. Sometimes, even if you have a kid already, sometimes you're like, maybe I want another one, you know? Maybe we need another one. Maybe we want another one. But you can't afford it, because it's just not financially viable. So you're sitting there, you know, restlessly toiling away at the idea that you'll never be able to have another kid. It's that kind of stuff like that that eats away at you, and I can understand. It's a terrible feeling. So, it doesn't really stop. It kind of gets alleviated just a little bit when you have at least one kid. But if you're like me, and you want to have like a traditional family, because my parents had, I have 2 siblings, 3 kids. And I've always wanted to have 3 kids as well, because it's just, it seems like it's just the perfect number. I think 2 might be honestly a little bit better, because there's always one child that might get left out. It's hard to describe, but one child that might end up feeling a little bit more neglected. I think 3 is when that starts to happen. Because at that point it becomes really difficult to pay all of your attention equally to every child. It gets a little bit harder. I would imagine. But don't toil away at that though. Just make sure you stay happy. Make sure you keep your confidence high. And if that doesn't pan out for you, it's not the end of the world. And instead of things like that worrying you to death, you can focus on other things that fulfill you. Me personally, and this is exactly why I hardly ever read messages, because I get absorbed into these little philosophical talks all the time, so you'll have to forgive me. I will catch up on your messages in just a minute. But if it were me, and if I was in that exact situation, and I kind of am right now, but if I was in that exact situation, I wouldn't worry about it. And what would satisfy me, what would fulfill me, is if I were able to purchase my own little spot of land and just build it up over time. Because if you have a family already, if you have a wife or a girlfriend or a boyfriend or a husband and you have a kid, that becomes a very difficult thing to accomplish. You have a lot of things that you have to care about, and that things that take your attention away from fulfilling that goal, and mouths to feed, bills to pay, and stuff like that. But if you have your own plot of land, you can basically just live on it in a vehicle, in a van, in an RV or something like that, just building it up slowly over time on your own time without inconveniencing anybody else. Because if you did that, you would have to basically force your wife and child to deal with your bullshit for years, potentially, until the house is finally built. Or until the plot of land is utilized to its fullest. And that takes time. Alright, this guy didn't have anything to say at all. Nice. But yeah, there's a lot of benefits to having freedom like that, and nobody to inconvenience. There's a lot of benefits to it, so there's not a downside to it. Like, it's not a completely terrible thing. Something about this wall. I don't know what it is. I just wanted to bomb it. I can't remember if there's even a bombable wall in this place or not. I guess we'll find out. Aha! What's this all about? The crest of the royal family of Hyrule is inscribed here. Nope, not that one. What's that song again? Zelda's Lullaby? Wow. How did I not remember that one? I think I was trying to play the Song of Time or something. Alright, yeah, I just saw your message, Dr. Marbel. I see that, and I resonate with it. Let me just read the messages. Hold on. Let me fulfill my end of the bargain. I mentioned I was going to read the messages after I was done with my little tangent. Well, let's do that. Soup says, I'm just jealous how 3 of my friends have girlfriends, one of over a whole year, and the other 2 of the majority of a year, which is impressive for a secondary school, high school relationships. Yeah, those do tend to be fickle, and they die out really fast, but also at the same time, high school relationships tend to be lifelong relationships. That's where a lot of people find their forever partners. So, it's not really that surprising. That's how it was back in the day when I was in high school. Not really, doesn't seem to be different these days, at least. How you doing, Miss Ham Carthy? 1868. How are you playing this on an emulator? I am playing this on Ship of Harkinian. Yes, I am, and welcome to the stream, by the way. Welcome, welcome. Is this the recomp or Ship of Harkinian? It is Ship of Harkinian. No worries, Gossip Guys. I like being part of the team. What the heck just happened? So yeah, there's a really cool thing about that. You see my hard drive called Sheikah Slate. It likes to just randomly disconnect for no reason. Let me see. Let me see if changing the scene will do something. There we go, we're back. Okay, we're golden. Sorry about that. My computer is on its last leg, dude. My Sheikah Slate is where everything is held, like a lot of my editing assets, stream assets, and Discord stuff, blah blah blah. A lot of art and stuff is stored on that external hard drive, so... And it just has a fetish for randomly disconnecting itself whenever it so pleases. And you guys finally bore witness to that incredible feat of magic that I have to constantly deal with. But yeah, my computer is like on its last leg. It is crawling over the finish line, over pretty much with everything I do. So Lord have mercy on its soul. Anyway. Link Mario, that's the message I was reading. Like being part of the team, I am glad to have you a part of the team. The more the merrier, and also, remember, thank you very much for becoming a Bonafide legend, a member of the channel. I appreciate it dearly. Wiz Catches Lightning says, my girlfriend wants kids too. It's going to take a few extra steps, but I am willing to make it happen. Hang in there and work on yourself. Things will come your way. Absolutely. That is the right mindset to have. Take one step at a time. You don't need to be in a rush. Good things come to those who wait. As someone who went through a tough breakup recently, I also understand the sense of that ticking clock. It is a universal feeling that we all endure every now and then. This middle child is happy to declare that 3 is a perfect number of children. Oh god, the Redeads look particularly creepy with the textures. Yeah, they do. You can see their Slim Jim bodies. Disgusting, leathery people. Being a professional older sibling, 2 kids is enough. I'm one of 6 children. Goodness gracious. I'm the oldest of 4. I don't know about 4 and 6. It's 4 and 6. Yeah, I don't know about that. Poor old mama, she's probably worn to death. Bless her heart. I can confirm the child overlooking aspect of multiple children. Yep. I'm the youngest. Just to reiterate that, I'm the youngest of the 3 of my brother and sister. I am the youngest. And every single time, see, my brother would whoop my ass all the time. He would run into my room and start wrestling with me and beat me up. So that's cool. But it was like, you know, I hated it, but I fought back. I was like, you're gonna mess with me, you're gonna mess with lightning, brother. Better prepare yourself. I always did the tick, a technique that I called the tick, where I would wrap around his neck and hang off of him from the back and choke him out until he passed out on the floor. I was like, you're gonna get the tick, buddy. Coming in here harassing me. And my sister would always do the same thing, essentially. And every time she messed with me, I would tell my parents, and they would believe her over me 100% of the time. So, I got the short end of the stick, let's just say that. My childhood upbringing was quite entertaining, I'll say that. I live in a blended family consisting of 5 children. 5, good lord. And another one of the way, and a dog. Gossip guys, this is definitely a great first step, not to mention that having land means leaving a home for your family indefinitely until the land is sold. Exactly, and that's the message that I saw that made me want to catch up to it. Yes, it is extremely important to secure yourself some security. That way you can have a family ready to go immediately. Secure your land. Establish a foothold somewhere, and boom, problem solved. If you do eventually have a family, you won't have to worry about ever needing to, you know, put them in an apartment building that's temporary. Every apartment building is temporary, with absolutely ridiculous rent prices that you will never actually end up owning, so it's not property that's permanent. It's not a payment that's permanent. It's just temporary payments that lead to the void. So you're completely responsible for your own repairs, which is the one downside of owning your actual land and your actual property. But, you know, there's a fulfillment, a sense of fulfillment in that. If you can repair your property, that's genuine value you have provided for yourself and for your family. That's a problem. That's a good problem to have, and it's also a good problem to be able to solve yourself. It teaches you skills, and it just straight up continues the goodness of your family. I don't know why I'm doing this. I believe Navi just comes over here to tell me there's a hole up there. There could be a fairy that's hidden under there, but I really don't care, honestly. But anyway, yeah, having a property to take care of is very important if you want to have a successful family, I believe. If you plan on having one, at least. Let me just bomb these. I don't think I can bomb it, but I'm going to try it. I think I can. I can. Alright. How you doing, creepy? I completely didn't even know I missed the chest down here. I'm an absolute goon. There's the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. Alright, let's rip this one open. Alright, I'm on the basement. There we go. There we go. Okay, that's what I needed. That room on the left. I'm gonna go take a peek in there. Let me catch up on the chat. I would like living in the countryside, but in the UK, at least schools nearby the countryside are few and far between. Yeah, living in the countryside, like just in a nice open field or in the middle of some trees in a forest area, that's like the dream. That's right up my alley. Just being completely isolated. I'd like to live, like, self-sufficiently, grow my own stuff. You know, have some chickens or something. That'd be tight, if you catch my drift. Listless says, this area is so large I wonder just how many Sheikah worked here as guards. I don't know, I think everybody in here died. I don't think they were able to clock out. They sealed this place up, you gotta remember. I don't even know if they let anybody out. Everybody was probably walking around on the lunch break. That's probably their lunchroom down there we just came out of. That's what they ended up looking like. Yep, and they just sealed the entrance up, said, see ya! Not my problem. Alright, let me check the map. I believe... Is that the middle room? Okay, I'm back there. Alright, there it is. Alright. Just gotta loop around here. Okay, that is sealed off. But what about this? Did I go in here? I did. What's down there? Might want to mess around in the middle room. I haven't done that yet. I've avoided it for some reason. I know that there's a hole in the ground right there, so I'm not going to fall in that. Oh, come on. You got me. You got these nuts? Thank God. Alright, here's a door I can open. Never mind, I already used my key. Incredible. Another door, okay. So there is definitely a hole here. There's gotta be. Ah, there it is. I knew it. Yeah. Okay. I couldn't I think I remember the last time I did a playthrough of this to record some footage, which was quite a while ago, so I can't remember exactly what happened. But I think I remember, like, just being completely lost. Like, just, like, what in the world am I supposed to do to progress? So this is going to take me a second to actually remember what's going on here. Just check the map. Okay, now I'm in that room. There must be a wall. Oh yeah, I think I remember now. I think. I'll have to double check. Not that way. I think there's a place that I can bomb over here. Oh, there's an area over there I didn't check. Goodness. Yeah, I think I can bomb these skulls or something like that. Yep, there it is. And there we go. What? I forgot that hole was there. I also finally fixed the Z targeting to hold instead of switch. I've been crying about that, being set that way onto Switch for like the last 4 or 5 streams playing this game, about how it's just messing me up. So I finally fixed that. That is, the Z targeting setting is now properly applied to hold, because I'm an absolute legend like that. Link Mario says, oh, I missed the hole. I was live streaming Age of Imprisonment and now downloaded Age of Calamity now. So in a week or so, I can stream that too. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I did try streaming Age of Imprisonment. There were some issues that I found out with the reshade setting that I had applied to it. That was causing some severe lag in the stream that shouldn't have been happening. And I don't know, there's a lot of repetition in Warriors games, so I didn't find it to be very engaging streaming content. But I would like to pick it up again soon. Maybe do another stream of Age of something soon, at some point. That would be nice. Hello, sir. Would you like a bomb? Time to wake up. That did absolutely nothing to this guy. Alright then. Behold. Alright, never mind. He got the drop on me. He dropped those nuts on my back. Get out of here, sir. Let me apply some wood. There we go. Oh, I thought I could catch that guy on fire. Oh well. Oh, come on. Get out of here. You fool! I'll read the chat messages in just a second. Let me crack open the rest of these lunch boxes. Oh, there's the key. Let's see what's in coffin number 5. Coffin number... That is right, that is coffin number 5. Wow, I can do math. Never would have thought I'd see the day. And nothing. There we go. Finally, a key. I love me some keys. There we go. Isn't there like a invisible chest on the ground right here? I swore there was something that appeared here, but I might be dumb. Oh well, let me read up on the messages really quick. Perhaps you guys are telling me that there is a chest or something. That would not be the first time I've missed a message saying that. I've got one kid, they're 21 years old. I'd have to relearn parenting all over again if I were to have another. I'm 41 years now. One was enough for me. See, oh, you should probably look into upgrading before the memory shortage fully hits. The memory shortage. Don't even get me started on the absolutely terrible time that we are in right now when it comes to computer parts being unbelievably expensive. It was terrible when it was like $2 to $3K for just the graphics card. Buying a damn used car worth for a single part for a computer with many parts. Everything else was realistic at that time. When it was just the graphics card that was terrible. Everything else was decent. It was doable. The only thing you had to really save up for, like really, was the graphics card. And now it's basically everything. That's incredible. And it's happening right when my computer is starting to perish. What a great time to be alive. I think my computer just needs a new CPU, honestly. If I can get a new CPU, then I believe that I'd be able to get a lot more power in this computer, because I think that might be the bottleneck. I'm running on a 3080 Ti right now with like a... what is it? An 11400K? An i9 11400K or something like that. Intel CPU. I can't remember. Something like that. I definitely need to upgrade that, though. That seems to be the bottleneck. I'd definitely be able to get a lot of more frames, like probably 20 more FPS in Switch emulation and stuff like that. So that will be lovely. I'd actually be able to cap 60 FPS for once in my life. Anyway, my PC literally came from a school my dad taught at it, barely has space for games. Well, that's why I have external hard drives. I've got 3 of them hooked up to my PC right now, and that's probably why one of them freaks out. They're combating each other for space. They're kicking each other off. They're literally eternally fighting each other over who gets to have dominion over the USB port in the back. Let me see. My PC is also on its last legs. Crestfallen, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Glad you could catch it. I remember you from the previous streams. How are you? Let me see. My family don't really get to... oh, there it is. My PC is also on its last legs, which is why I'm now building my own. I wish I could be in that. I wish I could be doing that right now so bad. You got no idea. Now that our car is damaged, and we have no idea what's going to happen to it, I don't know if I'm going to even be able to do anything decent or cool with our tax return money. Probably going to have to go 100% towards a new vehicle. Isn't that lovely? Unless we get completely screwed, and literally the entire planet owes money because the government has been acting strange recently. Don't even get me started on that. My family don't really have the money to get one, to be honest. My brother is the one to fight me, and then I beat him every time. He never learns. Yep, they never learn. They come back from more beatings every time. Gossip Geist family brawl. Yep. A daily family brawl. My cousin would just jab his thumb in between my collarbone and the muscles there. Ooh, that sounds not very pleasant. It would hurt so bad, all of his kids would just drop to the floor instantly. Yeah, I can tell. I'm pretty sure that's probably happened to me a couple times. It does not feel good. The thumb was a terrifying threat. I can imagine. Was it Marbel? Now you don't understand. Incapacitated. Gossip guys, this is why we need Jonsey to tell us where the chests are exactly. Dr. Marbel, you knew who I was talking about. We need Jonsey G in the chat. Where have they gone? It's not the end of the world. Slightly it is, but it's not completely. I think we'll survive. If you weren't careful, yes, my cousin was really thick. I almost said my cousin was really thick. That's not what you typed, but we'll go with that. I like to pinch the pressure point on the shoulder. It's satisfying seeing them sink into the floor. My brother used to try the pressure point thing and figure it would bend. I definitely like your "this isn't their Hyrule" video. I think your theory of that is on point. Oh, you're talking about the one where Tears of the Kingdom is like a weird alternate Hyrule that they jumped into. That's just like a slightly different version of Breath of the Wild's world, but not the same. Yeah. I think there's genuine weight to that, because I think the very beginning of the video, or the very beginning of the game in Tears of the Kingdom, I think that takes place in Breath of the Wild's world. But everything after that, when Link wakes back up, when Zelda is, you know, in the past and all that, I think a completely different Hyrule was just created, or a separate reality happens right after the intro of the game. And I think the old Hyrule, the old Breath of the Wild Hyrule, still exists simultaneously. Because it really doesn't make sense for Zelda to be in Tears of the Kingdom, or in Breath of the Wild's world, while there's another Master Sword there. So it's like, what's going on there? It would only make sense if it was an alternate universe or reality or something. But yeah, I do appreciate that. Thank you very much for checking that video out. And if you didn't see, I do have a bonus version of that for members only that has like two or three, I can't remember, extra segments with more information and more evidence. A bonus version of that video for members only. My favorite part of Age of Imprisonment is the story. The end was a real tearjerker. I did like the story. It did not end up being at all what I thought it was going to be. Close, but it was still a interesting story. I did like it. I never faced Redead/Gibdos without playing the Sun song. I'm just balls to the wall, dude. I don't even care. I just give them a spanking like they deserve. So now that I've got a key, I know exactly the kind of door that needs to be opened. 2 of them, in fact. Let's hope I open the right one. Knowing my luck, there would be a wrong one. I'll read the rest of the messages here just a second. Since I'm left-handed, let's open the left door. Uh-oh, I hear a scritchy scratch. This seems like this room is not going to progress me at all. So I probably picked the wrong door. That's great. Let me read the messages in a second. Actually, let me put that back over there. Put my bombs back up there. There we go. Give me that. I think I've got 44 now. Yep, 44. Not bad. And there's absolutely nothing in here besides that. Well, I'm glad that I got that, at least. Guaranteed that I collected it. But now I'm back to doing absolutely nothing. I think I might have to fall down this hole. Maybe. Let's find out. Watch for the shadows of monsters that hang from the ceiling. Yep, way ahead of you. Okay, I didn't have to fall down this hole at all. That was a lie I told myself. Alright. So now I'm probably officially lost. I think I might have did the exact same thing last time, where I opened up the wrong door. And it didn't give me another key or a way forward. So that's pretty cool. I played the Sun song for this guy, but he just sat there. Let me try it again. Maybe I didn't read it or pay attention last time. And yeah, he does nothing. Awesome. Let me read the messages. SwaggMasta's in the chat. Uh-oh, I see that. What are you doing in here, SwaggMasta? Is that a check mark I see? Is that a check mark beside your name I see? Hold on a minute. Kind of weird that they even bothered to have coffins in here. Yeah, it does kind of make it a little weird. Yeah. Well, they got mummies. They got Gibdos. Why are some of them Gibdos and some of them mummies? Why was there only like 2 coffins full? And how did bats get in the other ones? You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of weird stuff going on in this game. Bottom of the well will always spook me just a little bit. Yeah, it gives me that disgusting, icky, I'm walking on stinky stuff vibes. Hold on, let me get rid of this guy. Can I even... Man, get out of here, dude. Walking in front of me. Oh. Well, 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 what do we have here? That was intentionally accidental. I might patent that catchphrase. Intentionally accidental. Alright. So, my ferry can actually go over there. Is there a hole down here? There is a hole down there. Well, well, well. Bottom of the well. Let me read the messages. How you doing, SwaggMasta? I cannot believe this gentleman has a check mark by his name now. Can you comprehend the legendariness of such a thing? This dude went from 0 subscribers to over 100,000 subscribers in light speed. Everybody give SwaggMasta a round of applause. Absolutely deserve it. Oh crap. I forgot he grabs me. The dead hand. No thank you. Stay far away from me. Oh, come on. No! Get out of here. Ooh, he's close. There we go. That caught me off guard. I was not paying attention. I didn't even comprehend that I was in Dead Hand's room. Oops. Is this the compass? Ooh, even better. The lens of truth. My monocle. Alrighty. Immediately equipping that. I don't think I need the ocarina for now, at least for a little while. There you are. Thought you were hidden, huh? Catch up on the stream. Chat. Gibdo Ghoul, I see your name. Very coincidental and very fitting. 200 ball. Oh, wow, I don't even need that, thanks. Anyway, $200. I'm hoping to teach how to do taxes in school, and also, why do I have to get a job? It'd be a house husband or something. A couch potato, you mean? I believe that pays well these days. Link's shorts need adjusting a lot. He might need a new pair. I think this buddy needs a belt. Actually, he does. Never mind. I guess he just has a fetish for adjusting his diaper. A lot of people do these days. Not gonna knock it, I guess, until I try it. Which won't be happening. Won't be happening at all. No thank you. I'm done past my diaper days. Quite a while, actually. Alright, I know where the next door is. Now I have the open sesame monocle. I can do plenty of things. He's just floating there. Menacingly. You're done, buddy. How dare you no-clip in front of me? You can't get away with that. Come here, you. Alright, never mind. I've grown impatient. Oops. There we go. Alright. Okay, just making sure there's nothing else. Well, that led me to absolutely nowhere. I didn't expect that. Let me get out of this hole. Oh, that was right on time. Good job. See if there's anything else hiding back here. There is a hiding hole. A hidey hole! I don't know. I'll come back to that if there's nothing else interesting around here. That just baffles me that I had to play the song for a pot to reveal itself. That's it. Incredible. Chat. Let's see. Jade Link is in the chat. How you doing? Tears of the Kingdom is just Breath of the Wild with mods. I can completely vibe with that. You're not wrong. Thank you for joining the stream, by the way. They don't teach how to do taxes anymore, not like I remember it or anything, but I was taught. It's a valuable skill to have. Believe it or not, it's not that hard. As long as you do it the first time and you know what you're doing. Well, the first time I did it, it was weird. I don't even want to get into that, but taxes aren't that bad once you know how to do it a couple times. They don't teach you how to do taxes. Swag says, I'm telling you, Skyward Sword Timeline Split solves a good number of problems. It probably does. And you're not wrong about that at all. There's actual genuine validity in that. I believe truly that the Skyward Sword Timeline Split has weight behind it. And Swag, he'll tell you all about that. Got multiple videos about that, actually, so you should go check them out right now. Check out SwaggMasta. Subscribe to him even, while you're at it. Subscribe to Wiz Catches Lightning as well, by the way. I heard that guy has a video in the works soon. Check him out as well. Man, I wish Zelda was expanded upon, like Immortal, Twin Rova, raising Tears of the Kingdom Ganondorf to be like the original. There's a lot of stuff that... actually, you know what I found interesting? In Age of Imprisonment, I don't think that they literally ever named Kotake and Koume as those two, you know, right-hand Garuda warriors that you had to fight in Age of Imprisonment. They just remained as, like, Gerudo captains or Gerudo assassins. They were unnamed. I don't think they were ever actually named, which is just insane to me. Whatever. There's a lot of weird stuff with Tears of the Kingdom and Age of Imprisonment that still leaves a weird taste in my mouth. Like an unfinished meal, you know what I'm saying? Like, where's the rest of it? I'm hoping because I've got still a few years of school, Link Mario says, because I really thought of that, and the new The new tower is being made years prior, which shows they were in an alternate Hyrule. Yeah, they were already making those towers. And there's no way that they built all of them before Link woke up, which is just crazy to me. You know what's weird? It was confirmed in Age of Imprisonment that Zelda spent more than 6 months in the past. Probably significantly longer than that. But yeah, that was also an interesting thing. It doesn't really matter time-wise when it comes to her appearing in Link's time period, because, you know, she'll just eventually happen anyway. That's just a given. But it's interesting how much time she herself spent in the past. Glad that they at least revealed that. You're left-handed? You learn something new every day, I guess. I am indeed left-handed. Nothing like doing some game dev while watching a gamer play a game. A little bit of dyslexia there. In an alternate timeline, Tears of the Kingdom involves 3 separate Hyrules with 3 separate villains. Fight 1 Link and 1 Zelda for all of the King's Marbles. Now that's a Zelda game right there cooking up. We gotta have that one in physical format and playable stat. I gotta get that right in front of me so I can play it. I can 100% it, guaranteed. Swag, do you post vids on TikTok? Because I saw an account that claimed to be you at least. No. I think maybe he does, but a lot of people are stealing his videos on TikTok. Let me just say that. There's a couple accounts that are stealing a lot of short creators' videos and just reposting them. So be wary of that. There's a possibility they won't, considering you can go to a business and pay them to do your taxes for you. You can always ask for teacher and professor. Professional couch potato is the dream here, guys, so I can watch Star Wars. Yeah. I'll take a break to do some upkeep, and then I'll come back. Alright. Hope it's not too much upkeep. I hope you keep it comfy, MCL Blue. We'll see you in a second. If we left right now, that means we would leave your stream. Thanks for the shout out. I hopefully have that new vid out on Valentine's Day. Ooh, that's a nice steamy day to have that video out. Very nice. I'd like to have my game drop on V-Day. Ooh, a double whammy of drops. I like to see that. Your game, you say? Very interesting. I need to watch more of your videos, Wiz and Swag. Yes. Very well made videos, very well put together. I highly recommend checking them out. Left-handed people rule, without a doubt in my mind. Content thieves make me sick. Yep. Use content ID on YouTube, that will stop that. Yes, they actually just recently made a new feature. Now that you mentioned that, Lake Mario, that is... Ooh, I almost fell in the hole. They released a new feature on YouTube that is very nice. It auto-detects if somebody has used content or footage in your videos in their videos. Very, very nice. People used to have bots and stuff like that to detect things automatically, but now that there's an actual feature on YouTube itself. And there's already been somebody, it was like a Spanish channel that used a lot of my footage for the Ancient Hero of Who's the Ancient Hero of Hyrule Part 2 short that I have on my channel. They used a lot of footage on that. Oops. I forgot the hole was there. But I'm like, I don't care. It was transformative enough. It was literally just background footage. But that's not condoning it. So... honestly, I just can't care. Unless somebody is blatantly, like, stealing my crap, I really don't care. I got better things to worry about in life. I'm not the kind of guy that stresses about anything, really. It's really, really hard to get me to worry about something that I just don't care about. So now that I've got this Magnifying glass. I want to take a peek at everything. That's the last area that I need to get to, really. Just that area over there. And how in the world do I do that? I see that hole right there. Or the door, whatever. I kind of figured this would lead me down here and give me absolutely nothing. Just wanted to check anyway, just to confirm. Gotta cross my T's and dot my I's. Oh, come on, get out of here. Yep. Perfect timing. There we go. Soup says, like the evil Link guy. Yeah, evil Link. That's who he was, yeah. That's one of the content thieves. I saw he was an obvious content thief, but as I saw one of Gossip Geist's vids along with Bread Pirate. Yep. And a few others. Yeah, he's done it to a lot of people. Don't like people like that. 5 channels have been removed due to copyrighted material. Evil Link. Yeah, his name is like Evil Link something. One of the notorious people that are stealing pretty much everybody in the community's stuff right now. Mostly shorts. So keep your eyes peeled for shenanigans involving that gentleman. I think I might need to crawl back into that hole. Maybe. Not this one. Although, perhaps. Let me crawl in this one, just to double check. It's been a while since I've been in this one. Oh, I literally have never been in this one. Okay. How? How have I never been in this room? Perhaps I have. I think I did go in the room, and this is exactly what happened last time. Okay. Man, I love this dungeon. Well. Wiz says I've been out of this content thief loop. Yeah, he steals exclusively Zelda stuff, Zelda shorts stuff. I haven't kept up with it, haven't looked into it too much, but I'm pretty sure that's just like, it's just confined to shorts. I could be wrong. So if you don't really make shorts, you're probably not going to be a target. I've seen a lot of people steal a lot of short content. Not long form, because I don't know. The new thing to steal these days seems to be shorts. Which is an interesting sentence, if you ask me. Alright. These bats, they gotta go. What's in door number 1? $20? Yep, $20. But I don't need. Nice. Alright. What did that get me? I don't even think there's a boss. I think I just got everything. Like there's nothing else to do here. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Just literally nothing else to do here. I always think that I can just sneak past these Skulltulas, but they prove me wrong every time, without fail, and I never learn. I am truly educated. Just pulled some butter out to soften for chocolate chip cookies. Ooh. Very nice. That sounds pretty good, honestly. Alright, now that we are done, I guess... Hold on, let me just double check. Now that I've got the compass, I'm gonna go check the map. See if I left anything behind. I did. What room is that? That is smack dab in the middle, so I can just fall down that hole, I think. And there should be something there. Uh-oh. Look who it is. Let me just, out of a sheer morbid curiosity, let's go check that chest out and completely waste my time. Pulling another $5 rupee. Hold on just a minute, Jonsey. I see you in the chat. Oh, boy. Now the gang's all here. Try not to waste too much time. Yeah, Navi. Okay. I went in the wrong area, apparently. Okay. Where is that? Is that the, coffin room? Alright, now I can read the chat. Now I'm gonna read it. Hold on. Maybe Link is always adjusting his shorts because he's paranoid of them getting stolen. I would be. Nowadays, you can't trust anyone, especially when you're 10 years old. If you know what I'm saying. A couple of islands going around that have strange happenings on them. A couple of satanic weirdos. No, thank you. Do Americans genuinely eat fried butter on a stick? What a sentence to read out of nowhere. No. Not that I'm aware of, Soup. Not that I am aware of. Let me read that message, Jonsey. What are you talking about? Oh, I thought something was about to ambush me. Let me see. Jonsey says, a member for 19 months. Goodness gracious me. Well, this is unexpected. Something told me that I should be here right now. Nothing can keep me away from this. You sneaky little... Hello, my friend. Hello to you, Jonsey G. I was just talking about you. Well, not just talking about you, but I was talking about you in them previously. I was like saying, something don't feel too right about this. 99% of the gang is all here, but one person is missing. And I think everybody knows deep down inside who that person is. And of course, it's the legendary Jonsey G. But now you're here. Now all is good. Now we can continue being alive. Happily. Welcome to the stream. Glad you could catch it. Welcome, welcome. You haven't missed much, of course. My incredible display of gamer skills is about the only thing that you've missed. But we all know that doesn't exist. So you haven't missed much.
Geist won't be having much trouble from now on. You guys have got my back, I can tell you that. 100% confidence in my skills. Gossip Geist, no joke, I was literally going to ask, is this Echoes of Wisdom, but see the name literally on the banner. Damn, need to get my eyes checked. You didn't know this was Ocarina of Time? Are you trolling me? Oh, boy. Well, you got me. That's a very interesting tactic. Yes, indeed. Welcome, welcome, Jonsey G. It's good to have you here. Welcome back. It's been a while. J. Dawnchild says, oops, forgot to grind up my citrus peels. Uh-oh. I'm at a breaking point with this crap, to be honest. What are you talking about, Soup? What are you talking about? You're over there suffering. What is going on, my man? Yeah, let me get this hand out of here. Alright, for the life of me, I cannot remember at all where that chest room is. I know it's not down there. So let me just go over here and check this area out. I got a feeling it might be over here. One of my comments didn't show. I was talking about Evil Link. Oh, okay. I was about to say, what are you having a problem with? Okay, it is not in this room. Would have been an ideal location for a tiny hidden chest right here. But I guess not. Huh. Alright, I'm not even on the right floor. Well, looky there. Alright. Go down. Go to the right here. Oh, never mind. I think there might be a room up here in the top left. Nope, I am completely wrong and mistaken about that. So, Jonsey G, now that you're in here, we can utilize your wisdom. Can you tell me what is in this chest? In this room on basement level 2, right in the middle. Is it something useful? Because I'm about done with this dungeon area. I want to escape it so badly. Let me see. Jonesy says, still working on my biography and got more of it done. I now have 220 subscribers. Nice. You're climbing up on the channel and just got 1.3k views on one of my most recent shorts. Ooh, very nice. Nice. I like to see it. I'll eat butter on a stick just to be incredibly unsettling and unhinged. That's a good mindset to have. Heart attack speedrun? Pretty much. I was paying more attention to the actual game and... oh, okay. One of my comments didn't show. I was talking about Evil Link. Ah, I see. So what about the Cave of Shadows and Twilight that you've been putting off? That's the next series that you're going to do. You're going to be doing on Geist or Gossip Geist. Give us the scoops, buddy. Let me see. You're talking about the Cave of Shadows and Twilight Princess. Is that the Wolf Link? Is that the Wolf Link amiibo area? Hold on. Get these guys out of my hair. Alright, I don't even need to do that. Screw that. There's nothing over there. I already figured that out. So go to where I found the Lens of Truth, huh? If I can even remember to... Oh, goodness. Gracious me, if I can even remember how to do that. Pretty sure that was in this hole. Could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. But yeah, if you're talking about the amiibo caves with the wolf link, that does sound interesting. I might have to take you up on that offer one of these days. Come on now. I'm pretty sure I did the Cave of Ordeals right before I did Ganondorf, or right after the Sky area. So this is where I got the... Wait, is it? Actually, I don't think so. I was about to say this is where I got the Lens of Truth, but isn't this the compass room? Yeah. Will. You'll find the chest if you go to where you got the lens, because it's one floor down. Okay. Well, I thought that was the lens room. If that wasn't the lens room... Link Mario says, well, it's definitely good to see you, and again, glad to be a member, and I'll keep being one too. Catch you next time, and I will watch that bonus video too. Ooh, nice. Yeah, please check that out if you haven't. Those segments were basically like things that kind of were evidence that contributed to the theory, but weren't exactly in line with the rest of the evidence presented. It was mostly just like random side stuff, miscellaneous things. So I just felt like I already wrote the parts out for the script, but they didn't really fit the theme with the other evidence that I was presenting, so I just kind of made a bonus video for it. So I hope you check that out, and I hope you enjoy that. I'd like to make some more bonus content for members and stuff like that with future videos, or just members only stuff that I think you guys would enjoy. I just haven't decided and figured out exactly how I'm going to go about doing that, though. It's still a learning process for me, but thank you for catching the stream, Link Mario, and I appreciate you very much for becoming a member and deciding to stay on the train, the Gossip Geist train. Let me just put this on. And thank you for joining the stream, and I'll catch you again, hopefully in the next one, Link Mario. Have a good day. Jonsey says, yeah, because you've been saying that you need to clean everything up before you do the Wolf Link amiibo. Are you talking about 100%ing the game? I just went over there and there was absolutely nothing. That's the mummy area. So I am struggling right now. Pretty sure there's nothing down there. So I'm drawing a complete blank at the moment. I'll watch it and I'll give you some feedback. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. That's all I could ever ask for. Jonsey says, check your map when you're on this part of the floor and don't leave again until you see the chest. Oops. My shield is gone. No! These bats. Come on, man. Getting the drop on me. I've been ambushed. Oh, man. Come on now. just replenish some of my stuff really quick. Alright, let's get back to where we were. My apologies. Yeah, I've got no idea where I'm going. I've got no idea. Yeah, just let me know if I should go to the east side, the west side of this main room. Because I am at a loss for words and for brains. There's nothing here, it's just the, this weird thing, so I don't know why I'm going here. I'm just checking all my options. I can't even remember at all where I got the lens of truth. Somehow. Snooze says, I can't wait to see how the Well and Shadow Temple will turn out if Nintendo ever decides to make another remake of this game. Well, a part of me thinks that Nintendo will give this, I don't know. I expect them to make it not spooky and gritty, kind of like how this game is in Twilight Princess. It seems to be the trend they're going with Zelda's art style moving forward. Less grimy, less realistic, gloomy. Hopefully that's not the case. Oh, so you got that chest. Did you get the bomb chew chest? I think I did. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I did. I remember getting something like that. Give me just a minute. Dr. Marbel says, there's a rumor about Zelda's 40th, about TP, Wind Waker, and Ocarina of Time. Yeah, those three games seem to be in the biggest circulation right now, especially with the Ocarina of Time remake. I'm not a big believer in that at all. I highly doubt they're going to remake that game. Like, actually, truly remake it. Only because they've already essentially remade it for the 3DS. And it wasn't Nintendo that did that, it was Tantalus. I don't think Grezzo did that, did they? Pretty sure it was Tantalus Media that remade Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask for the 3DS. So technically they didn't do it themselves, so they didn't have their own shot at it. So maybe they will. Maybe they will remake it. A game so old its source code was copied from the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah, you might as well. Pretty much. That's another thing that I've been learning about, is apparently a lot of Japanese game developers don't like to hold on to the source code of their games and just straight up lose the ability to remake them. So they, I mean, to like remaster them, they have to completely remake them most of the time. Yeah, they want to make Zelda more family-friendly to bring in a wider audience, which is understandable but unfortunate in my opinion. It is unfortunate, because you do lose out. What are you doing, Navi? Get out of here. Storms, yeah. Give me just a minute. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of checking the map right now. I don't see anything. Well, that's what I thought. Basically, as soon as you get the lens of truth, you can just leave. There's not really any other point in being here. I did get all the gold sculptulas though. That is nice. I managed to do that at least, so I can leave proudly if needed, just to continue the stream. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we'll be all right. Let's pick it up where we left off. Go to the entrance, but don't leave, because I think the bomb choose chest is what you're missing. You're talking about this little crawl hole. I did the, that's to the, that goes to the lens of truth, if I just remember correctly. Yeah, it goes over to that room over there. I'll be alright. It'll be fine. Philos Kun. Oh yes, Celia from Monsters Inc. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? How you doing? Glad you could catch it. No Tantalus remade Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. Yeah, it was Grezzo that made the Link's Awakening remake and Echoes of Wisdom. I think it was mostly Tantalus that did Skyward Sword HD, Twilight Princess HD, and Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. I think Nintendo personally made Wind Waker HD. Fun fact, Nintendo also personally made Four Swords Adventures. Well, they outsourced Four Swords to Capcom. So now that I have 46, maybe I can get another squatting red-haired man? Perhaps? Or is it 50? I'm hoping 45 is the number that I need. And... nope. Nobody knew. Okay. It is indeed 50 properly. Maybe. Who knows? Let me see. Hold on. Forget family friendly. Make Zelda more like Majora's Mask always. Yeah. We need more gritty, grimy, depressing Zelda. Not really depressing. It's just like... we need some grounded and realistic... grounded in reality Zeldas, I believe. Zelda, Twilight Princess, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are nice and everything, but I feel like the art style detracts from the weight of the scenes being depicted. I feel like there just needs to be an angular, grungy art style that helps carry the message being told. I don't know. It could just be me. But I'm just not personally a fan of Tears of the Kingdom. and Breath of the Wild's art style. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because of Link being so non-expressive. Like, he's just a literal blank slate robot. When in every other game, he's kind of a very, very expressive guy. Like in Tears of the Kingdom, or in Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword, the guy had actual emotions. He showed it on his face, very visibly. He's just a dude, wearing a green suit. Kind of annoying when he make him a blank slate killing machine. Loses a little bit of interest, in my opinion, for me at least. I'm getting the rumblies. I think there's a hole or a secret somewhere nearby. There was a rumor about Triforce Heroes 2 for the 40th. Goodness gracious me. The name that shall not be spoken. I think a Link Between Worlds port to anything that's not a handheld, hopefully, would go a long way. A Link Between Worlds on a modern console, that would be nice. I'd love that. So now that I've got myself a lens of truth, I'm gonna go ahead and turn myself into a real boy. A real tiny boy. With blue earrings. Gossip stones are mysterious until you place a bomb near them. And they're like, I have to go, my people need me. Yep. If you place a bomb near anybody, I believe anyone would say the same thing. I have to go. Suddenly, plans have changed. I'm getting out of here. I'm just gonna shield until daytime. I'll let you guys be serenaded with this incredible music, sound effects, while I read the chat. Let me see. Legend of Zelda so old as the dinosaurs now. Feels like it. We need some darkness to appreciate what little light remains. Exactly. Better. Dark and dread-inducing is such a cool vibe. Breath of the Wild was great for what it was. I do agree. I agree with that wholeheartedly. It's still a good game. I want another Skyward Sword-esque Link in a darker Zelda world. That's what I think they're probably going to end up doing. Like a Skyward Sword art style, but like a hybrid between that and Twilight Princess. For some reason, that just jumps out at me. Like, they're probably going to try to do that with their next art style. I don't exactly know. Like, the hybrid between that is literally Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, so maybe they're going to do it slightly differently. Maybe they'll surprise us. But I feel like that's probably what they're going to end up doing. Something about people's recent statements and comments on their reception of Tears of the Kingdom. I feel like they're probably going to try to go and recapture that feel that they did with Twilight Princess. I don't know. For some reason, it just speaks to me. That game. Like, we might have that in our near future, once again. And I hope so, man. I am so ready for that if they do. Hopefully we'll find out soon enough on Zelda's 40th anniversary in February. We will find out, won't we? Maybe we won't. Maybe they're not even going to show us anything about the next game. I'm not expecting them to at all. If anything, I'm expecting them to probably announce a new Grezzo game, maybe even Tantalus Remaster. Who knows? Probably a remake of the Oracle game, so if I were to guess, from Grezzo. And Tantalus perhaps remaking or remastering A Link Between Worlds. Let's just throw those out there. Those are my two guesses. Jonesy says, Gossip, you have a member goal? What's that about? Yes, indeed, I do. Oh, hey, Epona. Epona? How you doing? Forgot I parked you here. Very handy. Give me a second, I'll talk about that in a minute. There we go. I appreciate you, Epona. Thank you very much. Alright, so yeah, I do have a member goal thing, thingamajig in the bottom right corner. It's just a member goal for like emojis. The more members that I have, that's the amount of members and patrons that I have in total right now that's on the screen. And it looks like we got another one. We just got a member in here somewhere. Did we? I didn't see it appear in the chat, so somebody must have become a member off stream. Very interesting. Well, I'll have to look into that. Well, we're at 16 out of 30. The milestones that you have to reach in order to unlock a new emoji in the chat for members to access is 30. Actually, I think it's... We need 20 total. We need 20 members total in order to gain access to more emojis. And then there's another milestone after that where you get to unlock more. And I'm just trying to get people to join as a member because I've got a lot of new things going on right now for my membership benefits as well as Patreon benefits. Jonsey G, if you have not heard, I just spruced up all of my membership benefits and Patreon benefits. So you should check them out if you have not caught up with that information. I sweetened the deal for the middle tier, and I made the highest tier even better. Alright, let me hop up on here. Did I already learn that song from Impa? Pretty sure I did. Let me check. Yes, I did. User says, so what are your thoughts on what I said earlier? It's quite the contrast, right? Let me see, what did you say? Breath of the Wild Link being a blank slate, meanwhile Majora's Mask Link is having his entire life philosophically questioned by the Moon Children. It is a huge contrast. Yeah, I mean, they put so much time, care, and energy into the depiction of previous Links. Like, I know that Breath of the Wild Link and Tears of the Kingdom Link have their own personality. Like, they're spiritually rotund gentlemen. They like to eat and devour anything. They're gluttonous. They like to eat. They're really, Link does talk to Zelda and stuff like that in memory cutscenes about how to tame horses and care for them and stuff. So he seems to be a genuinely swell guy. But we just never get to see it. Age of Calamity is the game where we got to see that. And it's not even a canon game. It's like, come on, man. We hardly get to see anything about the guy. And that's how you can bond with a character and care about them. When you can really tell that they're struggling or they're going through something. They're going through a growth phase. And Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, you have amnesia. You know, you forget everything. It's pointless, basically, all the struggles and turmoil that you went through. Everybody that you knew died, and you don't even know anything about it until you do know about it, and you're just kind of like, well, you know, you can't force somebody that has amnesia that had just forgotten about all that stuff to care suddenly. I mean, they're kind of like, well, that sucks. But it's not evoking an emotion from me, though, because I forgot about it. I no longer care. So, it's hard to believe, it's hard to care about Link's turmoil when the majority of it never happened to him, according to his own head. I hope the messages that I'm trying to convey is coming across properly, and I'm not sounding like an ass, but it is what it is, man. Like, I need my Links to truly be a present, and I get to experience it alongside him when he suffers, in order to truly care about it. Alright, Alright, left, right, right A, left, right down. Okay. Yeah, Twilight Princess Link, he was just a random village guy that was going to be taking over the village, believe it or not. The mayor was actually working Twilight Princess Link up to inherit and become the next mayor. If you didn't know about that lore, there's that lore right there. That's real. So he was actually going to take over the village and run the whole place soon. And he was lined up to marry Ilia, of course, clearly. That wasn't specifically stated, but of course, if you were to become the mayor, that would most likely be what would happen. All things considered, realistically speaking. But then he was just taken from his life in an instant with only a little bit of training. And you can see Link struggling to, you know, to save his friends and stuff like that. So the majority of the game is going and saving his friends. Not really just, you know, doing much for himself. Same thing for Wind Waker. He's saving his sister. Like the majority of the games where Link has a lot of personality, you're saving other people that are close to you. But it's kind of not the same feeling when Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom happen, where it's like you don't have memories of anybody anymore. So you have no one close to you. You're a blank slate. You're clean. You got no worries in the world. You can just disappear into a cabin somewhere and just not even care because you no longer remember who you even are. The only reason why Link did anything was because there was a straight-up voice in his head forcing him to do something that he wasn't even familiar with. And then that big old tubby king out front, waddling around, also guiding Link. If it wasn't for that, he'd just be walking around clueless. Not even a hero. So yeah, anyway, what I mentioned earlier on at the beginning of this stream, I did repack some new textures that haven't been released officially yet with Ocarina of Time Reloaded. These textures right here were planned to be released or replaced with these textures because this is the correct texture. But I think this texture is like a slightly larger size, so this one specifically hasn't been replaced. Maybe it has. Maybe I just repacked it wrong. I don't know. But as you can see, they all have that weird face resting on their hands. That texture. But this one is still the old original texture that was there before it was replaced with these. So I'm just going to state that right now. It's not supposed to be that way. That one, I don't think it has been updated yet. So let's just say that. Anyway, let me just make my beak face the skull of truth. The alternative is descent into the deep darkness. So you're telling me I need myself some Nike Airs. Got it. Alright, so before I jump into this dungeon, let me read up on the rest of the chat, then I gotta refill my beverage. Go on a quick break, because we are just about to approach and destroy this Shadow Temple. Let's check the chat. What are y'all talking about? Let me see. Wiz says, I don't think it's my age. Everything before Tears of the Kingdom had so much better mystery to it all. Tears of the Kingdom, excuse me, just extinguished that flame of possibilities. It's 50, and you get the heart piece for the next reward. Ooh, a heart piece, you say. How many do I have right now? Towards a... Oh, I just need one more. Nice. Very nice. One more heart piece, and I will have a heart container on my hands. Dr. Marbel says, I definitely don't expect a new major drop. I'm expecting a step towards more re-releases. I am as well. So what are your thoughts on what... Oh, I already read that one. Sorry. I recently just became the MVP for Zelda Master Luke's stream recently. Nice. Zelda Master Luke is a legend. Do you know anything about badges that you can heart somebody and they can get a badge? Yes. There's a lot of badges on YouTube that I'm actually not familiar with. And in fact... Well, I can't message that one. Never mind. I was going to try to do something. But yeah, there's some badges that you can get. If a creator hearts your comment, you get a badge. And if it does it so many times, I think you get another badge. That's all that I'm aware of. Do you know anything about badges that you can heart somebody and then they get a badge? I actually don't know anything about that. Maybe it's something to do with their specific chat setup that allows that to happen. I'm not sure. Maybe they use, what's it called? Streamlabs. And that chat system maybe enables something like that to happen. I don't know. I think Streamlabs has a lot more cool things that you can do with the chat system. I use Stream Elements right now to do my chat stuff and everything else. So I've been looking into Streamlabs. Maybe I will switch over there eventually, because I do like that they can have a lot more custom stuff in the chat and things next to people's names and all that. And it actually reveals and shows shows in the chat the emotes and stuff properly. Stream Elements just doesn't do that for some reason. Maybe I'm stupid and haven't figured that out. I don't know. Yeah, so wait, if he has amnesia, why is he still silent? He wouldn't have the memories about the stress he felt. Exactly. There's a lot of things that don't really add up with Breath of the Wild and the amnesia thing at all. Apparently he's actually not quiet. He's just quiet only in the past, but according to the game itself, he's quite lively. Which is weird. J. Donchild says, I'm wondering if they made Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom Link so flat because Zelda's story is so emotionally large. Yeah, it seems to be like Zelda is the main character of those two games. So that might be the case. It's not a bad observation. Link was going to be a mayor. You learn something new every day, I guess. Yep. Yeah, he was lined up to take over Ordon Village. Indeed. I think that was in one of, I think it's in the manual of Tears of the Kingdom, or I keep saying Tears of the Kingdom. It's in the manual of Twilight Princess, or the strategy guide. I can't remember. But I know there was one manual of that game of some kind that had that information in it. It was like in a lot of early Zelda games, the manuals actually had a lot of lore, a lot of like details about the story in the first couple pages of the book. So it wouldn't surprise me if it was in the manual, but we just didn't read it, or some other kind of book. I'll have to find out where that source is from, but I do remember seeing that. I read it and I was like, wow, that's interesting. I didn't know anything about that. The game didn't even hint that he was becoming the mayor soon, or going to become the mayor. In Breath of the Wild, Zelda is struggling to unlock her purpose amid the family drama that comes with it, and in Tears of the Kingdom, she is essentially getting parenting she missed out on. Exactly. Hit the dark hour. I should be asleep according to my parents, but sleep is for wimps. Sleep is indeed for wimps. Who needs sleep? Tea? Yep. Gonna have to refill my beverage of tea. That's right. If the king wasn't around on the plateau, Link would have just listened to that voice in his head and write the Book of Zelda 1-to-1 or something. Yeah, pretty much. You know, Echoes of Wisdom has set the precedent that Zelda can possibly have bigger upcoming roles. I just really need Nintendo to get back on track with this series' history. It seems Grezzo was doing that, actually. To me, it feels like Nintendo with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom were going off track. and Grezzo happens to make a game that's completely on track. They immediately told us where it was on the timeline without even hesitating. It was like a month or two after the game came out. They were like, yep, here it is. Well, Nintendo is constantly hesitating and still refusing to tell us what's going on with Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild's timeline situation. Is it another timeline entirely? Is it its own thing? Is it a part of the official timeline? What's going on? And they don't tell us. They don't want to tell us. They have no idea what they're doing. They just made a game and said, here you go. And didn't even think about the consequences of doing that. But here comes Grezzo to save the day with an insane story with an incredible amount of implications lore-wise for the entire timeline, all 3 timeline branches, with such a juicy story that nobody expected. In a game where Zelda's the main character, in the official timeline, without even a doubt. It's like, thank you, Grezzo. Can I have some of that, Nintendo? Come on now. Can you guys get back in the game? Get your head in the right mind space? Because we need a Zelda like that now. We need a Zelda like that from the big boys. A good old juicy 3D Zelda with that Nintendo flair of just bottomless lore. Mega implications. Oh, man, that is making my whistle wet. I crave that. My appetite is growing. Maybe one where Zelda and Link work together instead of one saving the other. That's what I thought Tears of the Kingdom was going to be. I thought we were going to play Zelda's timeline alongside Link, you know, in Tears of the Kingdom. While he was in the future, Zelda was in the past. I thought we would play them, you know, we would play Link, and then we would play Zelda, and then we would play Link, then we'd play Zelda, until we eventually progressed to the climax where, you know, funny language, where they would both finally reunite and stuff like that, and then defeat Ganondorf. That's not what happened, clearly. It's not what happened at all. We all know that. That would be too good. I'm back! Welcome back, MCL Blue, how you doing? Welcome back. We are actually about to go on break, so that is unfortunate. But we will be back soon, because I gotta get refill my beverage really quick. That's about it. Gonna be a short break. Everyone, Little Meridia just meowed at all of you, so I hope to... And I saw the 2-year badge. Yes, you did. I made a 2-year badge, which is the yellow one. It looks awesome. It is an angelic white with yellow flames, and it's got yellow sparkles all over it. Oh yeah, yeah. Dr. Marbel's rocking that one. I think GameTrekker is also rocking that one. Let me see. Hey Blue. Hey Jonsey. Like I get, we have lore credibility vested in the timeline going our way, but I'll gladly be wrong to get us back to more Zelda's origin. Yeah. I'm all for it. I mean, I'm all for any new Zelda game, honestly. I'm not really that big of a picky eater. I'll eat whatever they cook. I'm not gonna cry about it. Maybe afterwards I will, but I'll get anything and I'll put it on my plate, happily. I'll devour it. No questions asked. It's Zelda, and I'm gonna play it. To be honest, I'm not too happy with how Nintendo's games have been headed recently. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. Zelda games have been pretty open world from the beginning, and I'm not really a huge fan of the sandbox side of the games. Neither am I. I think linearity is a core, fundamental asset to creating a successful and enjoyable, true-to-self Zelda game. You need to have some sort of linearity. Otherwise, puzzles don't work, dungeons don't work, progression doesn't work, story doesn't work. I don't know. I think it's just a requirement, basically. Some linearity. You can't just have people go willy-nilly, go wherever they want immediately as soon as the game starts. That's just not Zelda, in my opinion. I know that's the thing that the youngsters really like these days, but us old people that's been with this series for decades, that just ain't it. Do you guys think that they would remaster the very first Zelda game? Pretty much what they did was, I think they kind of wanted to go for that when they made Breath of the Wild, was like a giant remake of the first Zelda game. That's the vibe that pretty much everyone's getting with that. But I think that they probably are eventually going to retouch Zelda 1 and maybe even Zelda 2 specifically to make really cool versions of those games. I think a Zelda 2 remake, a modern day Zelda 2 remake would be incredible. Like, I don't want to say it because it's cliche, it's said too much, it's run to the ground, but I feel like Zelda 2 would be like a genuine awesome experience, especially with the magic system and all that, and the leveling and all, and it's just, it would be an actual RPG, which would be a completely different vibe and take with Zelda, and I just love it. Like the Dark Souls of Zelda, everyone calls it. My God, I hate saying that. But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's impressive how well Grezzo was able to portray a Zelda game. Yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about. I mentioned this earlier in another server. It is honestly incredible how much Nintendo was able to cultivate multiple studios to be able to simultaneously create Zelda games alongside them. They've got Grezzo, they've got Tantalus Media, they have Monolith Software, they got Koei Tecmo, they've got Capcom. All these companies have made incredibly competent, high quality, sometimes even higher quality than Nintendo's games themselves, Zelda games. Really great games. And I think Nintendo needs to pick up the pace, because I think they might be starting to feel outclassed by these second parties, these third party companies. So they might need to be, I think they're going, well, they made a really good game, guys. I think we need to start proving ourselves. Hopefully they feel that way. Because, man, Age of Calamity and Age of Imprisonment are top tier. Really well made games. I think Nintendo needs to step it up a notch. Now, before I read the rest of these messages, I'm going to go ahead and refill my drink, take a quick break. What Zelda game did Monolith Soft make? Monolith Soft actually helped make Skyward Sword. They helped make Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. And Nintendo just recently came out with a statement saying that they actually want Monolith Soft to take a shot at creating their own Zelda game entirely by themselves. Monolith Soft created the world of Breath of the Wild. They did all the 3D geometry and stuff like that. The topography, all that was Monolith Soft in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. The Splatoon team, they created the engine for Tears of the Kingdom. They used the Splatoon engine, apparently, for Tears of the Kingdom. And Monolith Soft, they make a lot of miscellaneous assets and stuff for a lot of Zelda games. But yeah, they're one of the hidden unspoken legends when it comes to Zelda. And if you've played any of the Xenoblade games, you know that they are genuine wizards when it comes to how frequently they're able to create such a masterfully made game. Like their soundtracks are insane. And their graphics that they're able to pull off on such limited hardware, also insane. And it's indicative, it invokes that same feeling of the ancient old school devs on the Nintendo 64 hardware trying their best to accomplish something incredible with the very limited hardware capabilities they had at the time. I get the same vibe from Monolith Soft. They do the same level of, they put the same level of care into crafting something specifically for that limitation. And I really appreciate them for that. So I cannot wait to see a Monolith Soft game. Zelda game. That would be incredible. Truly insane. Anyway, before I get too off on a tangent, I'm going to go ahead and take my quick break, refill my beverage, maybe get a snack. So I will see you all very, very soon. Stick around. We'll get into Shadow Temple very, very soon. Alright, I don't know what I'm doing. Here we go. I'll let Link stare at you real quick with his beady eyes. And now, I will be back in just a moment. Alright, don't you guys go anywhere. I'll be right back. All right. I am back. Okay. So yeah, I had like I mentioned at the beginning of this stream, I actually had a bot set up to automatically enter the invite link to the Discord server in the chat periodically every 30 minutes or so. And that didn't happen. that didn't end up happening. The bot's asleep, it's on vacation. I'll have to figure out how to actually wake that guy up next time. Lovely. You'll like to see it. Anyway, what y'all talking about? I'd love a Zelda 2 remake. Absolutely. That would be incredible. What's your take on a more RPG-styled Zelda game with stats? Stats are my thing, okay? I'm a kind of guy in a JRPG, I will grind, and I will grind happily. For hours, for days. I don't know. I'm a weirdo like that, okay? I mean, I like numbers, and I like to see number go up. That's about as a bunga as you can get. And that's me. That's the kind of guy I am. So, that's right up my alley. Absolutely. Let me see. I will allow for a Link to the Past 3D remake, just to teach the next generation designers how to get back to the roots. A Link to the Past 3D remake. For some reason, I do think A Link to the Past specifically needs to be remade or remastered in some kind, somehow. That game really would benefit deeply from a modern retouch, but I feel like they kind of won't do that just because A Link Between Worlds is so close and so similar to A Link to the Past. They might be too afraid to do that. They might not see the point in remastering A Link to the Past, although I think A Link to the Past desperately needs it. It is a very overlooked game with like barely any spotlight shown onto it at all. It's a pivotal game for the series as well, because that game is where the Master Sword finally got, well, it was introduced to begin with, but it also got its iconic look too. So a lot of also very, very iconic music originated from A Link to the Past. So this game's founding pillars was established with A Link to the Past. So it's kind of a shame that that game is glanced over so much when it comes to remake and remastered potential. So I do grant it. I granted that. Is there a world map in Zelda 2? Yes, there is. I'm going to be smelling oranges and lemons for the next week. That's not good. Maybe it is. I don't know. Whatever floats your boat. They contributed towards Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Also, games fair take. That makes sense. Say delicious. Don't care to toot my own horn, but I don't think I'm a competent. But I do think I'm a competent baker and a cook. I've been thinking about making my own homemade bread. Like, I don't know what it is. I keep hearing about how America has, like, demonic bread full of disgusting preservatives and all kinds of weird things that don't belong in bread. Stuff that's just on the shelves regularly and like the bags and stuff. I've been hearing all about that for years now, and it's piqued my interest in making my own homemade bread. So maybe that's a thing in the future for me. Something to put in the books. Gossip, if they were to remake Zelda Poo, one of the things that has to happen is they need to get rid of sending you all the way back to the start when you die. Yes. Some people will argue, oh, that's just making it too easy. But really, there's a lot of things in Zelda 2 that will just make you want to perish rather than continue playing. It is a genuine preferred alternative to continuing. Sometimes that game is just brutal. I was just about to promote your Discord. Damn, you beat me to it. Way ahead of you. 2 steps ahead of you. But yes, if you haven't joined the server, I highly recommend you join the server. The more the merrier. I was just about to promote your Discord. I just read that message. My bad. That bot may be sleeping due to a lack of consistent ping. I had issues with that when I was a Discord bot dev. It's Stream Elements, so it's already off to a bad start, but now I've got a very bad opinion of Stream Elements. Just, why is this stuff just not working? I sat there and spent hours last night, actually this morning, up until 6 a.m. in the morning. I was up for like several hours fiddling with Discord, not Discord, my stream stuff. And it just ended up not working. Nice. The only thing that did end up working was the little member goal thing over there. Lovely. Do you remember your Scarecrow song that you can call Viskin if you need him? I think I do. Yep. First try. Yeah, look at that. See, I'm not that dumb. Sometimes I have a brain. It works every now and then. Oh man, I'd love to hear an official remaster of Link to the Past OST. Yeah, it would be a real banger. That'd be awesome. Link Between Worlds is amazing as well. The point would be reimagining an amazing design, reconnecting to the lore, and passing the torch to the next generation of devs. Dark World and Fortune Teller themes are my jam. Yeah, A Link Between Worlds is a very underrated game. Like, I didn't expect it to be as good as it was, but it's actually very good. If you haven't played A Link Between Worlds, I do recommend playing it. It feels great to play. It's a very, very nice game to play, like, feel-wise. They nailed the controls in that game. My girlfriend has been making sourdough using a year-old starter. Can't praise it enough. DM me. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, sourdough. Just any bread, genuinely. Any bread. At this point, it's probably just anything that you home make is probably superior to anything you can buy off the shelves. I'm not really the biggest RPG fan, and I think making Zelda an RPG would be drifting too far from the traditional formula, even more so than Breath of the Wild introducing sandbox aspects. I can understand that, and there is genuine fear behind that. But in the context of them remaking Zelda 2 and making it an RPG, since it is essentially an RPG light itself, with those kind of mechanics behind it, I think they can get away with that just fine, with just confining it to Zelda 2 Remake. That would be justifiable, in my opinion. Oh, I see you mentioned some bagels, Wiz. You remember, have you ever gotten, when they still had them, if you ever went to Chick-fil-A, have you ever gotten their chicken, egg, and cheese bagel when they still sold bagels? Let me know in the chat if any of you have been to Chick-fil-A and have had their chicken, egg, and cheese bagel for breakfast. a long time ago when they still sold bagels. The one near us, they stopped. I don't know if all of them stopped, but the one did near us did, at least. But that was the most delicious shit I've ever had. That was something to live for. Holy crap. Man, how pissed I was when I learned they got rid of that. That just made me so mad. I was like, what are y'all doing? They kept saying, oh, it was an issue with expiration dates. To be fair, bagels do expire significantly quicker. I've seen that problem, and I can understand it. But come on, man. Come on. You can't have anything nice these days. I played Zelda 2 with a Redux ROM hack, and it wasn't enough. Speaking of that, I think I have something that might pertain to that MCL Blue. Something in the works, something lying in wait, perhaps? Damn, just now noticed how pretty the medallions look in this menu. The medallions, you say? Oh, you're talking about the main menu? Yeah, they went above and beyond with some of the textures in this. Like, goodness. God, that is super beautiful. Shiny. Yeah, the icons in this they go super hard. Like, look at them fire arrows. Haven't had it, would love it. Chick-fil-A breakfast is low-key so dang good. Oh man, you missed out, dude. I mean, their chicken, egg, and cheese biscuit, I still get that. It's serviceable enough, but it was absolutely nothing compared to the bagel that they used to have. Good lord. I've only had Chick-fil-A once in my life. It's so abhorrently expensive. Yes, it is. Like Whataburger? Yep. Got to go now, gossip. See ya. Hey, you have a good one, Soup. Thank you for joining the stream. I appreciate ya. I'll catch you again soon, buddy. Yeah, recently, Chick-fil-A sold a pretzel bun thingamajig. And that was super good. I sold it for a limited time. Can't remember what it was fully supposed to be. I just know it was a pretzel bun thing. Well, actually, let me just save it. Alright, now we're gaming. Alright, what do we got? Okay, this one's missing. And those are missing. That one too. So I guess I gotta put the thingamajig facing that. Maybe. Alright then. That didn't do anything. Open sesame. Only one who has sacred feet can cross the valley of the dead. My ballerina shoes are missing. I gotta go obtain them. One who gains the Eye of Truth will be able to see what is hidden in the darkness. Shadow Temple. Here is gathered Hyrule's bloody history of greed and hatred. Interesting lore. The one tidbit of lore that every Zelda fan, every Zelda theorist, has had dreams about. I don't think there's been a single line of dialogue that has been overly analyzed as that one in the history of Zelda. I don't know if it's just me, but I've seen so many videos about that one single sentence. Alright, is there anything cool in here? There is. That quote drops bars. Yes, it does. Apparently it does. Actually, hold up. Speaking of dropping bars, let me drop some, something else. See if I can. You found the map. Let's see if that increases the member goal counter right there. Uh-oh, I see it going up. Look at that. Here's 5 more for the road. Boom. Welcome to the Bonafide Legend crew, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Something I Don't Know 0. Bratty Brit Brit. Cassia 2000. Zane Wolf. Language. K2H. Kingdom Hearts 2. I'll just translate that as that. JXSXPHHH. Chippy 420. Canadad. We got Donacha. Steen Wastkin. Wastaken. Oh, Steen was taken? Yeah, there you go. Welcome, like I said, to the Bonafide Legend crew. Thank you very much for catching the stream. JX, how you doing? You popped in here immediately, didn't you? Welcome, how you doing? How you doing? You are very welcome. What is hidden in the darkness? Tricks full of ill will. You can't see the way forward. I doubt that. I beg to differ. Ow. Can I stop reading that? That'd be lovely. Oops, wrong button. Wait, what does that say? Is that the one about the, Limbs of Truth? Oh, come on now. Now that I want you to speak to me, it won't. Okay, I guess it never will speak to me again. I lost my chance. Was on my phone when I got the notification for it. Nice, nice. Well, that's great. Glad you could catch the stream. Oh man, he's gonna get me, he's gonna get me. No! Get out of here. Oh, nice. Just in time. What do we have in here? Oh, we already got the hover boots. Goodness me. With these mysterious boots, you can hover above the ground. The downside? No traction. Now, one thing that'll trigger me eternally is how they made these shoes function in the 3DS version. They made them to where you are slipping and sliding all over the place in the 3DS version. Why? I don't know. But it makes these boots awful to wear. Like, you run super fast for some reason on the 3DS version with these shoes on, and it makes them very unappealing to wear. I can't stand them. But in the N64 version, they are my jam. I love full timing these shoes. Look at him twitch. Yeah, dead hand is nasty. A grotesque gentleman. Oh, here we go. see, can I poke him in the eye? I can. That doesn't do anything for me, though. How did that not blow him up? Interesting. We got two dudes in here just chilling. Just having a good time, just vibing. I hate to bother them. But you gotta do what you gotta do. Come on now. There we go. Wow, I got all three big chests immediately. Nice. Plenty of goodies still left to obtain. Nice. This place was always cool. Alright, where is the last one? I think it's probably hidden. There it is. Open sesame. I don't know how that didn't hit me. It's crazy. I barely pissed. Barely passed that one. I don't know how. Got a key. Oh, nice. I hear that. I think it's above me. Yeah, I think it's above me right up there. Well, I can't do anything with this. I think I gotta manually move that out of the way. So I'll have to come back to that. The hover boots look so much more comfortable to use in the original. Yeah, they do. It's a lot easier to control. It doesn't feel like you're gonna go, like... I don't know. It feels like you're playing on an ice level permanently on the 3DS version. I don't know how to describe it. This, I mean, the N64 version is not really that bad. It kind of feels like that slightly, but not nearly as bad as the 3DS version. Ooh, nice. I'll take that. False sense of security. You tricked me. You got me good. Now where's the next one? There's one. Watch for the shadows of monsters that hang from the ceiling. Aha. Got him. Jonsey says, are you going to get the fourth bottle? I think that's what they should do in the next Zelda game. Do a game where they talk about, in the story, everything that led up to the Civil War just before Ocarina started. So, you're talking about there is a massive gap, now that you mention it. There's a gigantic gap between, I think the last game before Ocarina of Time was Minish Cap. So, Minish Cap, and then and then Ocarina of Time. There's a humongous gap of time in that time period, and they definitely would be able to capitalize on creating a multiple Zelda games just based on that alone. And I would love to see that. That would definitely clarify a lot, because how do you go from Vanti to Ganondorf? There has to have been some sort of middle ground lead up to that. Wait, it was 4 swords, my bad. It was Minish Cap, then 4 swords. That's it. That just makes things even more complicated. Makes things worse. So they have a lot of explaining to do. If you're playing a 2D dungeon crawler, where would you hide secrets? Probably in the 3D realm. If you're restricted and can't look up or down. Actually, hold on. I'm playing around. I'm being stupid with that answer. Sorry. Now that you think about it. A 2D dungeon crawler. Now, can you describe that? Is it like 2D as in like a Metroidvania kind of game, kind of like Castlevania? Dungeon crawler, the first thing that comes to my mind is like, you know, you're forced to look at a certain direction, then you move forward a tile, then you look, you turn, and you can move forward 1 space. That's dungeon crawler to me. Like, I'm talking old school dungeon crawler 2D game. I mean, not 2D. It was technically 3D graphics, but you can only move on certain planes, certain axes. So, if you clarify that for me before I can answer that. Anyway, let's take this nerd out. Ooh, he got me. I need to spend my dollars. I got too much money in the bank. There we go. 2D top down. Okay. Give me a minute. Okay, so 2D top down. So from that, what I'm assuming you're trying to say with a 2D top-down kind of game, is it 2D with 3D geometry? Or is it just straight up pixels, basically a pixel art kind of art style with no 3D geometry, no depth? Is it just 2D? Because if there's depth, then you can hide something in like a wall that's obscured at the entrance to an area behind geometry that you can't physically see with your eyes yourself, but if you move your character there, like around the corner, there could be like a little hole in the wall that your character can go in, with like a little cavern that's revealed that leads you to a secret area. That's how I would pull that off. Or you could have a mechanic where you can dig like a
Okay, if it's a pure 2D pixel art, then you could have like a mechanic where like there's a hole that's revealed after you get rid of a bush, kind of like with A Link to the Past, or most 2D Zelda games. If you get rid of something like digging on a spot, you know, anything, you can be creative with it. Let me see. Jonsey says, well, Snooze says first, let me read this one. If you know your wallet is full, but it feels wrong watching you pick up other rupees, I know, it just makes me feel disgusting. I'm wasting money. I know it. What was even the point in coming into this room? For that gold Skulltula? Is that really it? Truly it ain't so. Well, I'll be darned. Alright then. Jonsey says, sort of like the lead up to Ocarina shows Link's family and his mother running to the forest. I would love to see that as a game, but I think that's a little too close to Ocarina for it to actually be a game. They tried to do that with a manga, the unofficial manga, but that would be nice to be seen depicted in some way, to like completely, fully complete. Like a game that wraps up the beginning and the end of Ocarina of Time, like the Hero of Time's story. That would be nice. Boom! I made it just in time. Look at that. My gamer skills coming in clutch. If I had any. Nice. There we go. What do we have in this room? I see y'all typing. Hold on. I just started playing this game, my first Zelda game, so it's really cool to watch this stream. Sorry if this is a dumb question. Why does Link look so different compared to the beginning? Moth in 2002. How you doing? Welcome to the stream, by the way. And it's J-Lo, JJ-Lo, back again to appreciate Zelda Ocarina of Time sound effects, ambience, and music. Welcome to the stream, and you've got good taste. Hope you enjoy your stay. So, as to your question, Moth, just started playing this game. This is your first Zelda game, so it's a very good game to start with. Very nice. So it's really cool to watch this stream. Sorry if this is a dumb question, but why does Link look so different compared to the beginning? So, have you played this game all the way? Or are you still playing it? Because there's a... if you haven't played the game all the way yet, you're in for a treat if you don't know why Link looks this way. I'm not going to spoil it for you. I won't do that to you. Dr. Marvel says, thanks, Gossip Geist. I'm toying with ideas for my MDD for P Engine. Let me see. Only one with the Eye of Truth will find the stone umbrella that protects against the rain of blades. So, things that come to mind. If you're doing pixel graphics, straight up top down, you could do a tree, and you could shake the tree, you could run into the tree and make something fall out of it. Basically, you have to use the world itself to reveal the secrets. And I know that's a no-brainer, of course. You have no other options. But you have to think about it in that way. Like any sort of object that you place pixel-wise, because I know you said it's 2D graphics, pixel graphics. Goodness gracious, that destroyed me. That flattened me. No, I just got done with the Lost Meadows. Lost Meadows. Talking about the Lost Woods. The, oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Talking about the Deku tree? Or the Forest Temple? Lost Woods? Okay, yeah. If you're still playing as
Tiny Link, let's just say that, then you're in for a treat. I won't spoil the game for you. Since it's your first Zelda game, and it happens to be this one, the best one to experience first, in my opinion, I'll leave it for you to find out. I won't take that from you. Alright, now we can creep by. But, anyway, as to your question, Dr. Marbel, you might have to get a little bit creative with your pixel art. Is basically what it boils down to. Any asset that you make, you might have to think about how many times it can be utilized in different ways. Like, can it be more than just a chair? Can it be more than just a table? Because in a lot of very old school 2D pixel art games, a lot of the fun things that they used to do in these old school games, kind of like Chrono Trigger, for example, just for an example, what they would do is there would be objects in the environment, and they used to do this for Pokemon games as well, just to broaden the horizons a little bit. They used to do things in old school games like that, 2D games, where you really couldn't do much to hide things. They were very clever with environments. They made things look interesting. Like, if there was an NPC that were actually to inhabit a room in a house somewhere, that NPC would probably have something valuable stored in their belongings somewhere in an area that was frequently traveled by them or frequently, inhabited by them. Their living room, their bedroom, for example. You could check a dresser. You could check a cupboard, a pantry, and voila, you found an item, like 100 gold or something like that. So just make it realistic. Like, if you go into a home, an NPC's home, don't just make it a very boring home. You can either make the home feel lively with giving the NPC very interesting dialogue that actually is, cool to have and hear. That could be the reward. You don't have to have a secret hidden in their furniture all the time. That can also be a reward. But every now and then you can sneak something in with a unique layout of a house, of an NPC's house, and then have like something cool hidden on an interactable sprite tile. Like like a table, for example. If you see a lot of food on the table, if you have food in your game as like an eating system, a hunger system, you can have like a nice meal laid out on a table, and you can steal a chicken leg or something off the table. Just secrets like that. It doesn't necessarily have to be a secret. It just can be a fun discoverable, if you know what I'm saying. So hopefully that'll help you out, because I loved things like that. It made the world feel actually lived in and more realistic whenever I found random objects, like just hidden around the map, in a bush somewhere, in an NPC's house, in a dungeon, in a crack in the wall. Mega Man 64, or Mega Man Legends, I should say, a very 2D looking game, but with 3D geometry. I mean, it's very, very simple. It's basically even more simplistic in its world design than Ocarina of Time, so they really had barely any ways to hide secrets, but they still managed to do it. There's like a hole in the wall in one of the textures occasionally, and you can go up and check the hole in the wall, and you would find items, money, collectibles inside the hole in the wall. And there's a lot of trash cans around the city that you can kick the trash can, and the trash can would, if it contained an item, it would be heavier, and so the trash can wouldn't move around as much. But if it was empty, it would move around a lot more and sound empty. But if it was containing an item, it sounded heavier and it didn't move as much. That way you knew there was an item in it. You can open up the trash can and boom, there's an item in it. So it's just cool stuff like that. The possibilities are really endless. Anyway, yeah, I think I need to climb up on top of this thing. Maybe, if I even can. Wasn't there a ladder somewhere? Maybe down there? I could have swore there was a ladder you can climb. In this room, somewhere in here. Let me read the chat. Sounds cool. I'm excited to find out. Ooh, you're gonna find out, all right. It is definitely cool. I can guarantee you that. There's no ladder there. No ladder here. Maybe I have to move the block all the way over here. That might be it. Yeah. And we both came to the same conclusion. As soon as I saw this tile right here, I was like, yep, my brain's working. There we go. Now I'm intelligencing. A blue rupee. Well, you don't say. I'll gladly take that. Alright. Now let me read up on these messages. I got 2 keys. 2 kiwis ready to be spent on doors. If only I could find them. That would be nice. Snooze says, congratulations on breaking into the Zelda community. You will not be disappointed. No, you won't. It's an everlasting community that will bring you eternal happiness and entertainment. Ow, my hand and arm hurts. My own fault for not wanting to wrestle with my stand mixer. Yeah, stirring with a spoon is very annoying. Whenever I make chicken and dumplings, you know, I gotta get that dough nice and gooey, and it's just a pain to stir that stuff. I can get it. I get the feeling. Don't be low. The old heads and tears and bite. Yeah. Yeah, right now there's a little slight war between the old heads and Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom enjoyers. Or at least there was for a little while. I think that died down now. I think everybody's calmed down and chill. Pigeon is a game that I think you'll really like, Geist. Hopefully when it's done, will find its way into many people's game library. I'll keep your tips in mind. Nice. And I'll go back and study those older games, especially Chrono Trigger. Yeah, that game's a treasure trove of nice little secrets you can find everywhere. I hope that all that information helps you out with your game. I think you have to push the block to the other side. Moth. I love this game. If you need help, just ask me and I'll be more than happy to help. Give me just a minute. Oh man, I had to sneeze. Alright, let's get rolling. Probably gonna have to sneeze again here in a minute. I always sneeze in twos. Thank you very much, MCL Blue. Jonsey says, BMOS are great for restoring bombs if you need them. Yes, they do drop bombs. Hold on. Wow. I knew my spidey senses were tingling. I took a step and I was like, hold on a minute. And it's just too good to be true. Wow. Let me just back away from those. Something, my intuition kicked in super hard. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get myself into some trouble in this room. And sure enough. Thank you, Instinct. So you guys have heard of woman's instinct. Well, I have what I like to call the hunch of the hunk. I'm so stupid. Please forgive me. That is the least thing that I am. Please forgive me for my sins. I just wanted to add something cringe to your repertoire. You're very welcome. Alright. Gotta get that door. I've got to... Wow, how did I already use both of my keys? What do you prefer imagining Navi as? A glowing ball of light or a really bright, tiny humanoid fairy? Hot damn. Well, I think MCL Blue knows exactly how they how they prefer imagining Navi. According to that statement. JD. Oh, you're talking about the spikes, probably. Yeah, hot damn indeed for both of those scenarios. Navi, I imagine her to just be a ball of glowing light. Although she's canonically depicted as a humanoid, a tiny little humanoid person. Canonically speaking. She's just so bright that the light is fully encompassing her. And, you know, of course, the limitations and all that. So they couldn't really depict a tiny little model like that with N64 limitations. They just made her a bright ball of light to leave it up to your imagination as to what she looks like. I knew it. As soon as I saw that one over there, I knew there was going to be two of them. I love the hitboxes in this game sometimes. Out my way, Navi. Yeah, I was double take. I did a double take after I said that, MCO. I apologize. Yep. Here's that gold Skulltula. Ah, all right. I cleaned up the room. Janitor style, I guess. That warranted releasing me from my peril. Throw a bomb in there. There you go. What did that even do? Nothing? Gave me a rupee? Oh, a key. I thought that was a rupee. I'll take that. Alright. I just remembered something cool. When I was a teen, I had a Nokia phone where you could compose songs with the tones on the number pad. I remember that. I had the same thing. A little track phone, Nokia phone, yep. Those things were cool. They worked. Now they're called dumb phones. And now, people are actually yearning for those days. Much simpler times. I don't blame them. I'll be there soon enough. There used to be a website that had instructions for composing video game songs. I had the Requiem of Shadow as my ringtone for years. Ooh, nice. It's a good choice. Moth says, thanks for being so welcoming, guys. Really nice of you all. This community seems so wholesome. It is more wholesome than you can possibly imagine. Yep. Welcome to the group. Moth, it's because our host is so awesome and he tries to be a good guy at all times. He doesn't like to fight with anybody, and neither do we. Nope. I have no interest at all in causing any butt hurt. Any pain, any suffering, any anger. None of that stuff's welcome here. This is a Gossip Guy stream, good vibes only. Good vibes and bad gameplay. They go hand in hand. Oh, come on, get down. There we go. Alright, what do we have here? Yeah, that one blows me into that little hole over there, so I gotta go in that hole. Maybe there's a switch. Just take me into that hole. There we go. He still managed to get me, even though he didn't even squeal. Well, better luck next time. Got him. Man, I love getting me some blue rupees in a chest for no reason. Absolutely unnecessary, but I love it. I don't have a kiwi for that. So, let's go find a kiwi. But wait a minute. That's what I thought. Uh-huh. I didn't have to go find one at all. I remember those bombable skulls on the ground from the bottom of the well. Okay, this seems like it's mega progressing, so let's not go all the way yet. Let's go back in that room before I miss it completely. I don't want to miss anything. Not again. Pixel Fusion Productions is in the chat. Uh-oh. I just got lit on fire, and I just got destroyed. Betrayed by wind itself. Oh, crap. I didn't think it would respawn me there for some reason. Hold on a second, Pixel. Hold on just a minute. Quit lighting me on fire. Let me get to safety. You came at an opportune time to make me suffer. But it's all forgiven. There we go. Alright, now let me read the chat. What's going on, Pixel Fusion Productions? By the way, check out Pixel Fusion Productions' channel. If you are interested in some more Zelda content, he's got you covered. Also, here you go. If I can even do that. Yeah, there we go. There's another link to join our Discord server, the Gossip Geist Discord server, the Zelda Vault. Got some new stuff going on in there, some new interesting, juicy stuff. If you're a content creator or an aspiring content creator, there's plenty of really useful resources on that Discord server now. I plan on turning my Discord server into a genuine resource, a helpful place to help cultivate a new generation of content creators that are looking to get into this kind of thing that I do. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, there you go. You know where to be. Let me see. I believe that Navi and Fee might be the same being. I know that's controversial, so don't shoot the messenger, because it's just a thought. She was able to disappear because she went back to the sword. That's an interesting thought. You know, I heard another theory. I think it was... Believe it or not, I think it was from Birdkeeper Toby, his second channel. I can't remember what his second channel's name was, but he has another second channel that's like... I think it's a Zelda channel, or a theory channel in general. He made a theory video about Navi possibly being the fairy that once resided in the, what's it called? The wooded area in Outset Island. Because apparently there was a fairy that lived there in the forest. I can't remember if there actually is a fairy there. I haven't played Wind Waker in such a long time, but that was an interesting theory that I watched. It was actually well put together and made some sense. So check that out as well if you haven't seen that channel. A bundle of arrows. What do I do about this guy? Why am I even targeting him? Interesting. He probably spits out fairies or something. Wouldn't surprise me. Dumb TVs aren't made anymore either. I tried to replace my smart TV with a dumb one last year because it took a dump. Well, that's one way of putting it. And I couldn't find one. Reluctantly bought a smart one. I mean, smart TVs kind of have their perks. Kinda. But, I can see the reason why you don't want them. Damn near everything spies on you these days, so, of course, it's normal to not want that. Whether or not the billionaires believe that, I don't know. That's up to them. But they seem to not want to. It's very unpopular for somebody that's in charge of the tech businesses to actually care about what people want. Very interesting how that works. Alright, let me get around the other side. There we go. We're on the business trail right now. We're rolling. Getting the work done. Give a round of applause to everybody still here in the chat, hanging out, having a good time. Really love to see it. Some of you absolute legends have been here since the beginning of the stream. I thank you very much. I know there's a scarecrow over there, so let me go ahead and play my song. Let me see. Everyone, have you guys ever played a game called Township? I feel like I'm addicted to that game. I've heard of that game before, actually. I've heard that game. I can't remember what it was, though. Alright, Scarecrow, do your work. I need you. Oops. Got it. I think that might be the last one in this place. I don't know, I could be wrong. Probably. Absurd Zelda theories, I think. Yeah, it's something like that. He's very down to earth with his channel name. Let's see if this is it. Might be Zelda's Lullaby, I think. Nope, that's not it. I was thinking about how they can't use that symbol on the block anymore. Yep. Gonna make somebody mad. Well, they made somebody mad back in the day. I highly doubt anybody's gonna care about it now. Back in the day, it was very popular to get mad about pretty much anything in video games. They call it the Satanic Panic, where Pokemon was satanic. Pretty much everything was. So people weren't a fan of religious themes being in video games in any way, shape, or form. Alright, you have fun on that wheel. Alright, never mind, you got off. Wow, look at you. Got him. Nice try, though. Does this version you were playing have the chanting in the fire temple? I think that might be a setting. I don't think the version that I'm playing has that. I don't even know if that's a mod or a setting that you can enable. Probably a mod. But I just booted it up. I put on Ocarina of Time Reloaded, and I just said, I'm ready to roll. No enhancements at all enabled. I have full suffering mode going on right now with Ocarina of Time. No quality of life anything, pretty much. I purposely chose that. That's how you get the real experience. Alright. Let me put my monocle back on. So which one of these are fake? Let's find out. Probably all of them. Knowing my luck. Well, this one wasn't. Alright, I can deal with that. See Daisy, and no, I was not done with all the gold Skulltulas. Oh yeah. It's one of the first releases of Ocarina of Time before they patched it out. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know that's I'm talking about like you have to purposely install a mod to reintroduce the chanting and the Fire Temple music. Not like that. It's not like I was saying that the chanting itself was a mod. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't have that enabled at the moment. As far as I'm aware, I didn't hear anything during my Fire Temple excursion. I suck. Oh, come on. You're making me mess up. There we go. All that money that I can't use. You know, there was something interesting I just saw. Apparently, 2-ship, 2 Harkinian. Harbor Masters released a 4.0 update for Majora's Mask. And one of the features I saw that they included in that was that they, I think that's literally, the gold Skulltula was the only thing in this room that was worth getting, the reason why you came here. Anyway, they added a feature on 4.0 that all rupee overflow that you get, so extra rupees if you're capped, goes directly to your bank, which I thought was just so nice. Made me really wish there was a bank in Ocarina of Time. That'd be lovely. Hold on, let me catch up on the chat. I hear y'all are typing in here. I feel like I found a gem with this stream. I was looking for something relaxing and genuine, and I hit the jackpot. Happy to be here. Hey, thank you very much for the kind words. I am glad to have you here. We are all glad to have you here. There's nothing but genuine, terrible gameplay in this stream, so sit back, relax, and be right at home. Let me see. I might be leaving the stream soon, unfortunately. It's been really fun, but I'm having dinner soon. Gonna play some Smash Brothers Ultimate and watch some One Piece with my brother, so that's exciting. That sounds like a pleasant afternoon. Sounds like a great time. I'll stick around for a bit longer, so don't worry. Nice. Last version of the game that changed that. Yeah, I have that fixed, by the way. The Ganondorf's green blood, I fixed that. It's now... I at least had some decency. I kept that in. It's now nice and red. we will be seeing that when I get to it. Late reply here, but it's been a fun stream to hang out and collect OT in. Overtime in. Nice. Overtime. What are you up to, Wiz? You playing the clock? Right on, brother. Oh, I see. I haven't played with the mods in this game or emulation, at least not like in, I don't know, 20 years. Yeah, I think I could have swore there was like an option that you could enable, like all kinds of settings and stuff for the enhancements. But I don't know. I don't think I found it. I think it's just a mod that you have to install to re-enable or reintroduce those Fire Temple chants. Let me see. Wiz, an awesome dude. We always want to see you here. Absolutely. Jonsey G, I couldn't have said it better myself. That overflow to bank feature sounds so nice. Yeah, it does. Sounds like a huge weight off your shoulders, because I think every single Zelda game should have that. Because there's so many times in all these old games where I have capped rubies, and there's no point in any of these chests containing anything like that, any more rupees, because they just go into the void. They're gone. It would be nice if they are actually stored in the bank, but I know logically speaking that doesn't make sense, but whatever. You never did answer me about ROM hacks. Would you ever want to play them in a live stream? Well, that depends. It depends if you're talking about like custom stories for Ocarina of Time and stuff like that. I've actually never been like invested in stuff like that just because it's not official, it's not canon. And there are some absolutely wild ROM hacks. Let me just say it. Okay, I don't want to get fisted anymore. That's not my cup of tea. I do have a cup of tea, but that's not it. But yeah, I've seen some absolutely insane ROM hacks that are just crazy as hell. So, like, I'm talking about scope. Hold on, let me just do the coolest thing that you could possibly do in this room. I always love doing this in this room. Get out of here. None of that business. But yeah, anyway, there might be a couple ROM hacks that I'm actually interested in playing. Like versions of games. Yes. Versions of releases of games, yeah. I actually do have, technically speaking, I have 2 ROM hacks, you know, if you want to call them that, stored up to play on the second channel. And I'm ready to roll with that as soon as I can. And I've been teasing this a couple times now in my Discord server. And if you guys weren't aware, and any of you watching right now, I do constantly tease things that I'm working about or talking about. Things that I'm working on, I talk about them in the Discord server. So if you haven't joined the server and you're interested in what I'm up to, things I'm getting myself involved with, or what have you, join the server. You'll get more information that way. Much more frequently. Let me just say, this is probably a fake door, because it looks different than the others. And it's not. I'm wrong every time. I don't know why I thought there were fake doors there. I'm just paranoid. There we go. But yeah, my thing with ROM hacks is that they aren't canon, so I feel like it's like pointless to play them. The only thing that I would get out of playing them is fun and entertainment. And unfortunately, these days, I don't have time for fun and entertainment. Such an awful thing to say, but it's the truth, man. Like, I have to spend my time very wisely. I don't have a lot of time anymore to play things for my own enjoyment anymore. Hardly ever. It is very rare. And if I had plenty of free time, absolutely, I'd probably play all the ROM hacks, but I can't find the time to justify playing them anymore. It sucks. But it is what it is. I work with what I've been given. But there are a couple of types of ROM hacks that I specifically make an exception for. And you will see them soon on the second channel. Who knows? Actually, maybe I'll end up playing it, giving you a teaser at the end of this stream, if you guys stick around long enough. So, I would like to fire one or two of them up, just to give you guys a taste of what is on the horizon. That would be nice. How does that sound? Sound like it's a worthwhile thing to stick around for? Because I do have them just waiting right there in my folder on my desktop, ready to rip open. I've been holding off on recording a playthrough of that. Come on. Come on now, Link. So I would like to get into that as soon as I can, if possible. Now, before I continue waddling, I don't have a boss key. That's not good. Let me check. This one, there we go. Where is that? How do I get there? Did I accidentally completely miss that? Wasn't there a strategy where you have to use the Furor's Wind to go all the way back to the start? Just to getting a boss key easier or something? Like, I might be misremembering. But that seems a little far, if you ask me. Let me read the chat anyway, hold up. I am just responding to emails. I had to move apartments recently and there was a rent overlap. I can't even imagine moving an apartment, like moving somewhere else, just moving in general. Like the whole thing that goes into that, paying the rent and everything for both places, making sure you got the funds for both places, you know, moving everything within the tiny allotted amount of time you're given. It sounds like hell. So, you got my condolences for that one. Haven't done much YouTube stuff in a while. Guess I'm burnt out. Completely understand it. It's very easy to get burnt out these days, Pixel. Completely understand you. I get the vibe completely. She shows her tuxedo cat Meridia to the group, and there is loud purring everywhere. Perfect. Can you give Meridia a nice pet for me? Thank you very much, Jonsey G. I can totally relate to that, GG. I like that too. I like to stick to canon stuff. That sucks though, not having time for fun. Yeah, it sounds a lot worse when it's just straight up blatantly said like that. Very bluntly, I should say. It sucks, but it is what it is. I can't remember the last time I mean, very occasionally I played Age of Imprisonment. I made sure I set aside enough time for that. I 100% that. And all the updates and everything. I'll 100% all that stuff too. And I think that before that, the last game that I was actually able to sit down and enjoy myself 100% was Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and then Elden Ring. I can't even remember the last time before that I had a game to play. I spent time playing a game I haven't played before, like something new. So I literally do not play anything else. I just play Zelda games for footage, that's it. Because I don't have time for anything else. It sucks. But what can you do? No point in complaining about it. That's just the way life is. For me, at least. And I'm fine with that. If anyone needs help getting to the Spirit Temple without the lens, I have a video on my channel that shows you exactly how to do it. Yes, you do. Yeah, check that out. genuine skill coming through and not fake skill like mine. I recall doing that one in one of the temples, but I don't think it was this one. I think it was the Spirit Temple. I've heard the Furore's Wind thing suggested. Jonsey G asked me to do that in one of my previous dungeons. But, I think it was the Water Temple. I'm just, I'm not doing too well right now. I think I screwed up. I probably should do the Furore's Wind right now, because I don't think I even have a choice. Clearly. I think I screwed up. Alright, well whatever, let's just try that out. That didn't do what I wanted it to do at all. That's pretty cool. Alright, so now what do I do? Let's just dispel that, because it's completely pointless. How do I even get up there? Is there perhaps a scarecrow to summon? Jonesy, you know if there's a scarecrow I can summon right here? Because I have no idea how to even get up there. I think you do have the boss key, right? Do I? Oh, I do. But what is this chest? What is that? I keep leaving one chest behind and I've had the boss key the whole time. Oh, man. Yep. There it is. There's the Gossip Geist stream. What a character. Alright, I'm starting off strong with half my health gone. And instantaneously sliding right into the hole, Link. You didn't even give me a chance to breathe. Good lord, this guy's blood hungry. Well, it is what it is, once again. I'll read your messages soon. That's what I was gonna do. Not now. I wish I had the ice arrows, so I could freeze his hands. Alright, now you don't want the hover boots at all. Alright, let me take the fire arrows off, because that did not happen the way I wanted it to. There we go. I'm way too slow on the draw. I'll take that. Never saw that that attack before. I'm about dead. I bet you never died on this battle before either. I'm about to show you everything about this fight. Yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. See, you're getting the full experience. You get to savor these bosses with these streams. Gotcha. Finally got one of them. There. Good lord. I was just flexing on him. That's all it was. Just giving him a chance, a head start. Snooze is on the way out. Uh-oh. Alright, kind of a bad time, but I'm gonna hop off now. It's refreshing. Finally get another GG stream. Thank you everyone for your kindness as always. Hey, thank you for catching the stream. Thank you for sticking around as long as you have, Snooze. And I will see you again in the next one. I'll see you in the Discord server as well. I appreciate you. Nice. Another one down. Yep. See, I had full confidence in my abilities. I knew I had a fairy in my bottle. Nothing can stagger me. The boy with the noble Zelda's Ocarina, as I expected, you have come. Impa's looking rather angular today. Hold on a minute. Yeah, that's just, her weird model, I guess, making her look all square. Lara Croft tier. I am Impa, one of the Sheikah. I am Princess Zelda's caretaker, and I am also the sage who guards the Shadow Temple. We Sheikah have served the royalty of Hyrule from generation to generation as attendants. However, on that day, 7 years ago, Ganondorf suddenly attacked, and Hyrule Castle surrendered after a short time. Ganondorf's target was one of the keys to the Sacred Realm, the hidden treasure of the royal family, the Ocarina of Time. My duty bound me to take Zelda out of Ganondorf's reach. When last I saw you, as we made our escape from the castle, you were just a lad. Now I see that you have become a fine hero. There's nothing to worry about. The princess is safe now. Soon, you'll meet Princess Zelda face to face, and she will explain everything. That is when we, the 6 wise ones, will seal up the evil king and return peace to Hyrule. I have to stay here. You go to Princess Zelda's side and protect her on my behalf. Now, I put my power, which should be helpful to you, into this medallion. Bring it on. Give me that bling bling. I want it in my collection. The earth element. The purple medallion. Grape flavored. You receive the shadow medallion. Impa awakens as a sage and adds her power to yours. Please look out for the princess. Sages that give incremental additions to the plots and not the exact same dialogue? Revolutionary. They really figured everything out. Decades ago. Imagine that. Hold on a minute. I see a fine gentleman right here, popping a squat in the corner thinking I wouldn't spy him. Oh man, I can't put my glasses on. Well, rip in peace. That guy's knowledge, I'll never know it. See you later. Whatever he had to know and to tell me, I will never find out. because I'm not going to waste my time coming back here. Nope. I got work to do. Nice cone polygons on her neck. Yeah. I don't know if it's just this game, like this Ship of Harkinian version of Ocarina of Time specifically, or if that also happened in like the original 64 version where they're like the polygons looked so much more apparent. Like, it depends on the lighting. It really does depend specifically on the lighting. But, you know, polygons really show up very badly. Either in this version specifically, or in all versions, I don't know. But, man. Like, I will give the 3DS version credit. The models are fantastic in there. I know there's a debate surrounding Link's model. Like, there's people that have particular tastes that happen to lean towards, you know, I prefer him to look more original to the 64 version, or I prefer him to look this way, blah, blah, blah. But I'll give it credit. The 3DS version's models are fantastic, for the most part. They did some work. Alright, so, now that I have all 6 of those medallions, let me go over there to the desert area. Now, Jonsey, if you're still here in the chat, let me know about that 4th bottle you were talking about. I've completely forgotten where to even get that at, so let me know if you are still cracking that strategy guide open. Because I am interested in that. I want to get me some silver gauntlets so bad, so I can sling those silver boulders around willy-nilly. I've been itching to do that forever. I know there's a cavern full of rocks, just aching to be slung around in Goron City. But I can't do that comfortably without some shiny gauntlets. Well, I don't want to go there. Not yet. Hold on. Let me read the chat. It's so odd for time not to pause when you shoot an arrow in midair. Oh yeah, you're talking about bullet time? Yeah. Or flurry rush or whatever. It is weird. Takes some getting used to. It throws me off. I am so used to that, genuinely. That was genuinely throwing me off during that fight. It just freezes you in place too, and during that fight, so you can't even move. I know I can jump across with Epona and all that, but sorry, no pets allowed. Pixel says, well, time for me to sneak away. Later, GG in chat. Hey, thank you very much for joining Pixel Fusion Productions. I almost called you Pixel Stream Productions. Pixel Fusion Productions, thank you. It's been a while since I got to see you. It's been great seeing you in the chat. I love it. Love to see you joining it and having a great time. So I appreciate you, and I hope you have a great day. Epona's animation is so choppy. There was actually something that I read about that in Ship of Harkinian's server, Discord server. They explained why it's like that. Apparently the horses in this game use a different type of model entirely. Their approach to modeling horses specifically. Which is why there's like very little mods related to horses in this game. It's just because their models are 100% different in how they're created. And the tools that they have aren't able to use and read and mess with or manipulate horse models because of how different they are compared to every other model in the game. So that's why the horses' animations are so choppy looking. They are not even interpolated like everything else. Like, this is interpolated to look 60 FPS because I've got it set that way, but the horses aren't, because they haven't even got the... They can't even mess with models in order to make those interpolated. So just some insight for you in case you were curious about why they are like that. Which is a bummer, because for my recent Ocarina of Time video, well, no, I want to say recent, but it ain't recent in any sense of the word at all. But in my recent-ish Ocarina of Time video, I was looking for horse mods so that I can have young Link riding on young Epona. So I just wanted a mod to make me able to ride Epona, you know, as young Link. A simple enough mod that you would assume was, you know, already out there. Nope! That didn't exist. So I was like, well, never mind. There goes that idea. Stupid kid, get in there and keep quiet. I've heard that all my life. Let me see. Can I do it? I think I remember just barely being able to hookshot onto that big chest from here. Like, just barely. Never mind. Oops. Well, now we're going in here. Let me read the chat really quick before I continue, because I've been missing some messages from a couple people. I see Alicia C in the chat. I saw you up there earlier. I forgot to mention you. Welcome to the stream. I'll read your messages in just a second. We got Body Paul as well in here. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Let's see. The full feature-length Bongo Bongo experience. Yep, in IMAX and everything. Yep. I'm just trying to give y'all a good show. Yeah, that's what it is. Stick around. Fourth bottle, it's given by Poe Collector for collecting 10 big Poes. Oh, good lord. 10 big Poes. Dang. I don't know about that. I mean, I know where I can consistently farm them, but I don't want to... I don't know what I do about it. Yeah. You know, maybe I will. I don't know. That's a lot of time. I don't even think I have a single Poe donated yet. Maybe one. Weren't you supposed to be moving and then it didn't happen? Supposed to be? Yeah. Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. That was a long time ago, though. But yeah, the people here screwed us over. I was just like, whatever. Petting Meridia and refills the tea so that Gossip doesn't have to get up again. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. When I was in middle school, I put so much time into Ocarina of Time 3D. Years later, I still remember my Scarecrow song. Somehow, I do as well, and now it's the only song that I can remember that I was able to just play right off the top of my head after not playing this game on stream for like, for months. I was able to just remember the Scarecrow song. Perfect. Isn't that weird how that works? I think I'd like to track down that explanation. I know 3D model stuff, so I might understand it. I can't remember which channel it was in. Let me see if I can pull it up. But you can probably find it if you just go to their server, HarborMaster64, and look for Ship of Harkinian modding, probably, or chat, or development. I can't remember. It's in one of those channels. You can just search for horse models or whatever, and it'll probably come up. It's very recent. Happened within a week ago, so you should be able to find it pretty quick. There are 2 of those, one for the Master Quest, I'm sorry, and one for a specific Ocarina of Time, but Young Link with Epona mod exists. I think it does exist, yeah, but it's like very... It's not for Ship of Harkinian, pretty much. And if it does exist, then it's very limited. And it's not the kind of mod specifically that I would need. But yeah, I think I have seen what you're talking about. There kind of was one that does technically exist, but it's like a weird... It's not meant to be a mod that you can just install and play and use on this. Man, I didn't even realize you made an Ocarina of Time video. I'll need to check that out. Oh yeah, I made plenty of stuff. I'd like to say. I'd love to say that. I've made some shorts and some regular videos. Not too much recently, but I'm getting back on the grind. I'm getting back on there. I'm actually editing a video right now. A new video, and then I will also edit together a short that accompanies that new video, and those will be released relatively soon. Finally, I had enough time to trim down and start getting to work on my my recorded voiceovers for that video, and I put some footage down recently, so I'm getting that work done, and there will be a new video and a new short soon. So just be patient for that. You can't farm big Poes, they are unique. Oh yeah, you're right. They spawn very weirdly. Mostly they're like on Epona, aren't they? But I could have swore there was one area where you specifically kind of could take advantage of the game's code and like farm them quickly. I don't know. I might be mistaken on that. That might be a different kind of Poe. Anyway, someone turn the heat back on. It is far too cold. You said it. It's actually cold in this room for once. Every single time I stream this game, or stream in general, I'm a lobster. I'm a lobster in a frying pan. I'm a straight up ball of grease. A sweaty nerd. Double chin and all. Yep. But today, thanks to it being straight up ice outside, now it's actually cold in here. Hell has frozen over. Hey you, young man over there. Look over here inside the cell. I have no idea where you came from, but you must... Where you come from, I'm sorry, but you must have a lot of guts to make it past all those guards around here. I can't read. All of my fellow carpenters are imprisoned somewhere in here. If you can get us out of here, we'll repay the favor somehow. But be careful. There are sure to be Gerudo guards everywhere, or somewhere around here. Woo! Watch out, buddy. Oop. Gotcha. Man, you got wrecked. You found a small key. This key will open a locked door. You don't say! Nice teleportation magic. Can I have some? I just thought about it. That Gerudo literally just used Zonai Ascend ability. Wow, they foreshadowed that all the way back on the N64 era, huh? They were hinting at Tears of the Kingdom for all this time and we didn't even know it. Did you come here to save me? No. Oh, that's just swell. I'm Ichiro the Carpenter. We were really interested in joining the all-female group. Interesting. But they locked us up like this just because we're men. Go on. We don't care about the Gerudo anymore. They're so rude. 3 of my fellows have also been captured, so please help them escape too. You get what you deserve. Get back to work. Oh, okay, you were just... I thought you were... I thought Snooze left another message. But you were just getting to Snooze? No problem, no problem. Thought I missed it. Excuse me. I thought I missed a message there. Let me see. Shakes her head. Doesn't know that she's home. Lost it. Let me see. Walks over to the thermostat and changes it so that Doc is more comfortable. Hey, look at that. There you go. Problem solved, Doc. Jonsey G's got your back. How exciting indeed. Yeah, it's been so long since I've been able to actually sit down and make a video in peace and quiet. Like I told you, like at the beginning of this stream, I've got a lot of IRL annoyances going on right now that have just forced my attention to be somewhere else. You know, like family get-togethers, the required stuff, you know, the things that's expected of you and all that during the holiday season that's expected of everybody. The usual stuff, but it's a lot more busy for my family personally around the holiday season. We are just extra busy, I would imagine. If anyone else's family is more busy than mine, I will be very sorry for you. I'm so sorry. But, yeah, it's not the funnest thing ever. It takes 3 months out of my life of just constant planning, things going on, people to see, places to go. It's just annoying. And then on top of that, in the middle of December, on December 15th, I think it was 14th or 15th, I can't remember. Car accident with a deer. So we had to deal with that. And they still haven't given the car back. They haven't even told us what they're even going to do with the car. If they're going to total it due to a very tiny damage. Forcing us to go out for another car shopping experience. Woo-wee, isn't that fun? Yeah, I've just been a little bit stressed. So, just kind of taking a break for a minute. just letting my hair down, kicking my feet up. Just not trying not to pull my teeth out of frustration. But yeah, now that things are slowly dying down and I still don't have the vehicle back, I am nice and good to go. I'm just saying, I'm not out of the woods just yet. Plenty of annoyances still left in store for me. But that ain't gonna stop me. I know it's been far too long since I've uploaded something, and I am not gonna delay it any longer. I will upload something. And for some reason, I didn't think about doing this last time I was here at this wall. You'll have to forgive me. Anyway, let me read the chat. Yeah, you need to be on horseback for them to spawn. That's what I thought. Yeah, and then they're constantly moving away from you, so you have to kind of chase them. Another big old rupee that I can't use. Here we go. There. If it's possible to farm them, it's a glitch I haven't heard of. You're supposed to get them at various predetermined locations. Interesting. Yeah, I probably am mistaken. There might be a Poe that appears consistently that I may have thought was a big Poe or just misremembered it being one. There we go. Let me see. Is there anything down here? Is there a hole? No. Nope. Alright, just jumping across. There's one. I remember this. Get wrecked. I have no idea where you came from. Yeah. I already read that. I probably should increase the text speed. Get wrecked again. Gotta love it. You're a cute kid. Very inappropriate, sir. I'm a minor, thank you very much. I'm 17 and 364 days old. You're a gross man. You're a cute kid. Wow, thanks. Thank you for coming to save me. I'm Jiro, the carpenter. 364 years plus 17 old. Not bad, not bad. These women are so scary. I'd rather work as a carpenter than join them. I can't wait to say goodbye to this place. 2 of my buddies are still being held prisoner. Will you please get them out too? Maybe you deserve to be in here. They always made these carpenters quite fruity. Why is that? Like a consistent running theme of what seems to be gay carpenters, or at least flamboyant ones. Very not very afraid of spicing things up a bit, if you catch my drift. You gotta love Zelda's unique approaches to, I don't know, weird, consistent NPC lore. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and see if I can find that real quick. Where's the in-game text speed at? Quality of life. I thought it was right here somewhere. Hold on. Skips and speed. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, put that at 3x. How about that? That'd be nice. Let's see if that's fine. Come here! Ooh, finally got me. Got destroyed. I never understood that. Well, hold on a minute. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I never understood this weird ram skull with bird wings coming out of its lips. Like a mustache. Very interesting. Thanks, boy. You're fantastic. I'm Saburo, the carpenter. Have you seen our boss, boy? He's probably worried about me. I have to get back to him immediately. One more of our workers is still a prisoner. Please save him. Hold on, let me read the chat. What are y'all talking about? I know of an infinite gold Skulltula glitch, but never heard of an infinite Big Poe one. Yeah, I'm probably wrong entirely about that. How's that? Does it make you feel better? Once had 150 plus Skulltulas. Because I tried doing the infinite glitch, but failed somewhere at the 50 plus mark. What are you gonna do with all those tokens? Can't like barely, like 100 barely fit on here? I wonder what would happen if you got 1,000. Would it be overflow back to 1 or 0? An interesting idea for one of those weird in-depth videos that people sometimes make. You know, if anybody's familiar with Super Mario 64's famous Panenkoek, Panen, people like to call him, the guy that makes very interesting and mega in-depth Mario 64 videos about very tiny things that he finds fascinating. That's a video that's right up his alley. The overflow number. He did that for coins and 1-ups. So he probably would be interested in that, finding that out. Let me see. They like to pitch tents and build relationships. Apparently that's their calling in life. That's perfectly fine. That almost ended terribly. Let me destroy you. Go to sleep. Alright, there he is. You need to go back and get the heart piece as a reward? What are you talking about, Jonsey? When you free everybody, you'll be able to race Polly and never win. I won't win a single thing. I can't believe they actually programmed the Running Man to just be unbeatable. Why would they do that? Why would they do that to us? Pure torture. I have no idea. Oh yeah, the same dialogue. Now where's my Gerudo membership card? I was afraid you were going to forget about me. Now I'm free. Thanks. I'm Shiro, the carpenter. For rescuing me, I'll tell you something interesting about the desert that I overheard the Gerudos talking about. They said in order to cross the haunted wasteland, you'll need the Eye of Truth. The Colossus is on the far side of the wasteland. Okay, now I'm going back to my tent near Gerudo Valley. So drop by sometime. You may find something helpful there. Bye! Bye-bye, gorgeous. Damn, look at those hams. I've seen your fine work. To get past the guards here, you must have good thieving skills. I used to think that all men, besides the great Ganondorf, were useless. Hey, now. But now that I've seen you, I don't think so anymore. The exalted Nabooru, our leader, put me in charge of this fortress. Nabooru is the second in command to the great Ganondorf, king of the Gerudo thieves. Her headquarters, are in the Spirit Temple, which is at the end of the desert. Say, you must want to become one of us, huh? Alright then, you're in from now on. Take this. With it, you will have free access to all areas of the fortress. Oh yeah. Hold on a second. You obtain the Gerudo's membership card. I was going to make like 3 jokes. All crunched into one, but I'm not going to do that. You can get into the Gerudo's training ground and their hideout. It would have made absolutely no sense and fell apart immediately. From now on, you're free to come and go as you please through the gate of the desert, the gate to the desert. You'll find the Spirit Temple where the exalted Nabooru lives, out there in the desert. Alright. Anything else? No. Can I show you what you just gave me? No, I can. I forgot it's one of these items. Yeah, it's right there. Never mind. Well, thanks. Yeah, now I can suffer through unless I need the silver gauntlets. Now I can suffer through that. That annoying thing for the ice arrows. I don't know if I need the silver gauntlets or not. Probably. But let me pull this on real quick. The Ocarina. Change it to daytime, make it much more pleasant. Get that music going. Ah, that's much better. There we go. Alright. I think that we are prepared. Actually, hold on, let me open this. This is the Gerudo's training ground. Membership card verified. 1 try for 10 rupees. Nope, not right now. I've got plenty of money though, but finally a money sink. I'll be also doing the horse thingamajig, and that'll be fun. I actually always like doing that. But before I do that, let me read up on the chat. Oh, I've got 50 tokens, you say? Hold up. Uh-oh. I have 52. Nice. So that's what you were talking about. Okay. I actually will go do that real quick. Before I end the stream, I want to go pick up that heart piece. I'm absolutely loving these massive slowdowns that are happening. Well, now that we've beaten the Shadow Temple and we don't really need those textures that are specifically made for the Shadow Temple in Impa, I'm probably going to put back the other one. Put back the old texture pack that I have because it's probably packed correctly and more compressed, and that's probably what's causing the massive lag drops that you're seeing on the stream. My very crappily packed Ocarina of Time Reloaded mod. So I think if I use the regular real release of it, that'll stop happening. That'll be nice. Let me see. Hold up. There's another song. Reloaded line. You also need to get the heart piece on top of the fortress. Isn't that the one that I just got? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got that one. I long-shotted to it. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Might be another one. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I got that. Yeah, I must have. I really wish that there was a warp to Kakariko Village, and there actually is. There's the Shadow Temple warp, and I don't know why I didn't take that one. I played the wrong song, I guess, but whatever. It is what it is. We'll just walk there. It's not that big of a deal. Not the end of the world. There's the slowdown again. Yep. Good riddance to that. No. No. No, we're not going to be hearing those jokes, Mom. That's just better left unsaid. Also, I see you in there. Hold on. I passed it. Oopsie daisy. There we go. Neolabrotep. That's how you pronounce it. Welcome to the stream. I saw you. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Nice. All right. We got the Big Daddy in the middle that's left. I wonder if there's a Gerudo town somewhere out there in the desert. Yeah, that kind of does. That always has, like, made me go, what in the world is going on here? Because they allude to so much being out there in the haunted wasteland, the actual sand area, but nothing is actually ever out there. Like, they would have to have an entire civilization out there, you would assume, and not just the temple or the fortress. I don't know. That's just completely left unanswered. A lot of things that were supposed to be answered with Zelda, I would imagine, like you just said. But I don't know. That kind of sucks. Why do your legs hurt? My legs hurt, folks. Development ends here. Now I just sit back and watch gossip. I mean, when you sit in a chair for a very long, prolonged amount of time, it's very easy for your legs to get just tired. Like, you just want to lay down. I can't sit in a chair for very long. For like multiple hours. I can do it for a handful of hours, but not a lot. It starts to wear on you a little bit after a while. What's the closest song? I guess I can just... There we go. Guess I gotta use my horse to get back to where I was. No, my lab is ill-equipped at the moment. My lab chair broke on me, and I fractured a portion of my skull when I fell. Oh, that's not good at all. That sounds terrible. You're doing better now, yeah? I would hope. If you're in the chat, seems like you're breathing. But there's that. That's good at least. My current lab chair is a cheap recliner I've dug out of storage. If it works. Yeah, a good chair can do so much good for you. Like, it's one of the things that are, and by the way, the Poe that I was thinking about is the one that spawns right here. There's a Poe that you can constantly get to trigger and spawn right here if you walk in and out of this area. But, you know, there it is. That's the one that I was thinking that I can consistently get to spawn, but I just misremembered it being a big Poe for some reason. So there's the answer to that. That is definitely a regular Poe. Yeah, I hope you're doing alright, Doctor. Dr. Marbel. Man. Yeah, that ain't good at all. Alright. Let's see what this guy has to say about his gang coming back to him. Hey, I heard you saved my men. When they returned, we built this bridge. Look at this, isn't it a fine bridge? It sure is. They may be wimpy carpenters, but once they're all together, they get the job done. Nice. Building a bridge over the valley is a simple task for 4 carpenters. In Gerudo society, those who have great skill in horseback riding and archery are well respected. How about trying horseback archery at the Gerudo's fortress? If you have a horse, a Gerudo from the fortress will set up your challenge. How do you even know this? When Naburu was a lone wolf thief, she never stole from the weak, but now Naburu's gang of thieves stands for cruelty and brutality. She claims to be a chivalrous robber, but no way. The leader of the gang of thieves is Naburu. She is experimenting with brainwashing many people at the ruins in the desert. I don't know if she is experimenting with it. I think somebody else might be doing it for her. I'm the wandering running man. I've run all over this land in search of true competitive spirit. I beat all my challengers, man and beast. You're an athletic guy, and you look like you might have a true killer instinct too. Now that the bridge over Gerudo Valley is complete, I'm looking for a challenger to have a commemorative race against. Yeah, a very fair, one-sided race that cannot be destroyed. The best time to go from here to the bridge in the Lost Woods was 2 minutes and 38 seconds. That's my record. Will you challenge my record? Nope, I'm not falling for you. Your tricks and schemes. You'll never discover your killer instinct with that kind of attitude. Well, you remain smug, while I remain full of money. I'm not even gonna try. I am dying. I just wanted to say that I am dying. Nope. Alright, see if the Megaton Hammer will do it. It will. And there's more wasted money. Perfect. That's exactly what I like to see. Alright, let me get my horse parked over here before I read the chat. Let the record show that Running Man is a hustler. Hey, I can't hate the hustler, he's just making money. I almost just got sucked into the void and died into the back rooms. No thanks. Also, if I do run out of money, I can shoot that sign for some more dough. That'll drop some rupees, but I will never need more money again in my life, apparently. So, while this is playing, let me read the rest of the messages in the chat. See what y'all are talking about. Let me see. Are you going to attempt to get to the Spirit Temple without the Lens of Truth? I will do my best. I will try my hardest. God, this track is so deservedly legendary. It sure is. What's this called again? Flamenco? This style of music? I love it. I want to call it salsa, but I think it's flamenco. I wonder if there is a Gerudo town. Oh yeah, I already read that one. I read that one, read that one, read that one. Read that one. Big Poes spawn on the same locations as regular Poes. The difference is just whether you're on horseback or not, and whether you are already got that particular one or not. Oh, okay. So they don't even respawn, huh? So they're just 100% unique and only spawn once, and after you get them, they're gone. I did not know that. At any rate, I am fine now. My skull is healing well. A few more months, and the fracture should be sealed. That's nice. Very good to hear that. Yeah, I'm glad that you're getting better, Doc. Very nice to hear. It's horrible that your lab didn't invest in proper furniture. I hope you feel better. You built the lab yourself. Oh. Oops. Yep. Oh yeah, Polly the Postman, up to no good. Yeah, he's an absolute lad in Twilight Princess, but in this game, he's up to no good. Polly the Postman is pulling the wool over my eyes. Here I am giving him the bunny ears as a child, and this is how he repays me as an adult? An unwinnable race? I call shenanigans. Nah, you're not a cheapskate, Doctor. You're not a cheapskate at all. It's just that whenever... If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, I've got that same mentality. You get the same... If the furniture works, serves its purpose, you never want to repair it, you never want to replace it until you have to. I completely get that. Until it basically comes to the point where it forces you to replace it, I probably won't replace anything. That's how I roll. Jonsey says, I will be right back because I need to refill of my strawberry watermelon crystal light. Good lord. What a beverage. Speaking of beverage. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. So, because we have basically a double whammy next, we've got to go through the Spirit Temple as young Link and adult Link. So there's a decent amount of stuff to do there. And the whole, you know, the horse thing. And that Gerudo training grounds to get the ice arrows, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of stuff to do here. So I think that'd be perfect to save for the next stream. I'm going to have to wrap things up for today. So thank you guys for joining the stream. And I'm going to go ahead and post this one more time. There's the invite link to join the Discord server. If you're interested, check it out. Hop on in there. You get a lot of information, inside scoops on what I'm up to sometimes. Much more frequently, I would say. I will be posting some more additional community posts for my members soon enough on what my next video is about to be. Once I have more of the video made and edited together, I will reveal some more information about what it will be. So hope you look forward to that, and those will be dropping soon enough. I hate to give a timeline for it because I have to edit both the regular video and then right after that the short video. So I'm going to release both of them simultaneously side by side with each other, so it'll be a nice packaged deal for you guys when it comes out. And I don't know how long it's going to take me to edit that short together, so usually it takes me about a day or two to make a short. I don't know. We'll have to see when it comes. Hopefully soon, though. It'll be within February. I'll say that at least. So you can look forward to that. Hopefully before Zelda's 40th anniversary, so that we've got plenty of time to focus on that. So anyway, before the stream ends, I said in the middle, before I beat the Shadow Temple, I wanted to show you guys one more thing, and I'm going to hold true to that. And in order to do that, I'm going to save my progress really quick. Okay. In order to do that, I'm going to show you guys something that I've got prepared to mess around with. Let me find it. I renamed a lot of these folders to be much more organized, so give me a minute. There it is. Not used to it looking like that. I've completely forgot how to mess with the settings on this. Hold on. Use the options menu, full screen is F. Okay. Oops. My bad. Here we go. So what do you think about this? What do you think about this? I'm a big fan of it, if you ask me. Your adventure has been recorded. Nice. If all else fails, use fire. That's a motto to live by. Anyway, I can't even see the chat, so give me a second. The screen's gonna flash again. There we go. Yeah, it's an actual reduxed version of Zelda 2. Full of modern conveniences, quality of life additions. Here's all the options and stuff like that. The audio you can change. We Zelda 1. Custom sounds, custom music. I had it on this because I think this one sounds the most accurate, but also improved at the same time. So Nico's 8-bit stereo, I'll have to remember that. There's some crazy sounds in this. This is insane. There we go. Dev tools, full screen, the scale of the app, background flashing, you can turn that off. Screen shake on and off. Dialogue speed, torch lighting. Randomizer options. It's pretty cool. There's a lot of stuff you can do. There's a Halloween setting? That's awesome. Yeah, no, hold on. Let me see if I can turn that on real quick. I don't even know what it does. I think I might have to change maps. Yeah, there we go. Here's the Halloween setting. I think I'm a bokoblin. That's awesome. Just turned into a bat. A keese. Eyes of Ganon. Please give me your brains. Yeah, this is awesome. I like it. Very cool. Yep, back to normal. Yeah, I think that's awesome. I think this is going to be a really cool thing to have on the second channel, just to play this and mess around with it. It's going to be the first time I've 100% Zelda 2. That's for sure. I've never even wanted to bother trying to do that. Good lord. Ugh. But I will do it for the second channel. But yeah, there's that. There's game number 1 that I've got lined up. And that's just the Zelda 2 PC port. And I've got one more. Oh wait, oops, that's the wrong one. How about this? Oh yeah. The best version of Link's Awakening ever made. This one you've played? Oh, I don't think you played this one. You might have played the one that was very, very unfinished. One that was released and then like a day later Nintendo snatched it. Well, this is the next level of that. Something I've been holding on to for a long time and working with the developer of it behind the scenes for months. Yeah. Yeah, the super buggy unfinished one that somebody randomly just dropped on the internet that was instantaneously deleted by Nintendo. Yeah. Yeah, that one was sucked into the void and never seen of again for years. I think, well, a decently long time. But somebody picked it back up and continued it and finished it. And when I say finish it, I mean finished it. I'm serious. The person put so much work into this. Got dialogue skip, disable helper messages, variable width for the font, disable the censorship, nothing is missable, a setting that I personally advocated for, just so that everybody can obtain everything without having to worry about the weird, strict 100% requirements for this game. Nothing is missable as a setting now. Colored photographs, no animal damage, so you can't hurt the little foxes in the town and get attacked in retaliation by them accidentally. Teleport to clear dungeons. There's teleportation and fast travel in this. If you've beaten a dungeon, you can teleport to the entrance of a dungeon now. Camera, you got modern camera, which is, you know, the camera you just saw. And then you've got classic camera, which is the old school tile-based camera system. And you can also... You can keep that restricted to dungeons only if you want to. And you can also keep that restricted to housing interiors, I believe. Like dungeon only right here. I have the outdated version. I've got to update it. This is the next version that is actually out right now. Has that option for those camera settings. And you can have the original black border. You can have a Game Boy border like this if you want. Or you can just have your regular 4:4 ratio. Personally, I prefer the modern camera. Smooth camera, you can turn that off. Screen shake effects, you can turn that off. Extra screen shake effects, you can turn that on and off, which is, all of this stuff is customizable, by the way, just to let you know. Like, even further customizable through files in the mod packs, or the mod folder that comes with this. When you download this, you get a lot of mods that you can tweak yourself, like lighting effects. You can turn off lighting effects for everything if you want, or only specific things. Stuff like that, you can tweak pretty much everything. Game scale, got UI, make it bigger or smaller. Full screen, exclusive full screen. Global lighting, you can turn off light effects entirely. Object lighting, dynamic shadows, shadows that are behind sprites to like show the 3D effect, you can turn that off. The audio, you can disable the low heart alarm, no power-up music, all kinds of stuff. Controls, fully controllable or customizable controls. You can turn digital analog classic movement back on to completely replicate perfectly the original game's controls. Modifiers, turn enemy HP up, damage cooldown, move speed, no heart drops, no damage launch, extra sword interactions, which means you can enable to where your sword can pick up keys and key items and like heart containers and stuff. Presets, and of course you can save stuff if you want. So yeah, there's plenty of stuff in this pack. And you might see that it might be kind of like laggy, choppy a little bit on the stream right now. I think that's because my computer is using a lot of resources right now to stream it. But yeah, the game runs incredibly smooth when you're just playing it, just to play it. So don't let that fool you. Just wanted to go ahead and give you guys a little tour around the area. Yeah, check this out. You can see the light and the entrance lights up and everything. The developer added lighting effects for pretty much everything you can think of that would emit light, like the sparking of a sword right here hitting the wall. Oh, let me turn the UI back on. By the way, I asked the developer of this to implement an option to disable the HUD. I also asked the developer to add this free camera option to let you fly around the map freely with the right analog stick wherever you want. So, you're welcome. You're welcome for that, content creators. I think, yeah, magic powder also emits light. You can customize that as well. I want to go to a dungeon, show you guys what that looks like. Let me go to this one up here, the swamp dungeon. Oh yeah, in the original game, every single time you approached like a stone to pick up without the power bracelet, it would give you the exact same message every time that you need a power bracelet to pick it up. And you can disable stuff like that, like those annoying, constant, repetitive messages. They're all they're not required anymore to see every time. So there's just so much stuff in this version of Link's Awakening now, but it's a complete package, completely done. It's a solved game, it's fixed to perfection. There's no soft locks or anything like that, nothing that's going to impede your progress permanently, or brick your save file like the original that was released a long time ago. It's all fixed, it's all done, and made significantly better. You guys can also thank me for these lily pad sprites all being animated properly. You can thank me for a couple things in this port. I've submitted a lot of bug reports. Oh, and the sound effects too. I brought it up to the developer that the sound effects were like there were pops and weird artifacts in a lot of the sound effects, and the developer went out of their way to enhance and fix and repair over 70 sound effects and make them all sound significantly better and cleaner. So now the sounds are way better in this. So yeah, you can see how these torches, they emit their own light. Like this room is nice and lit up, but this one's dark, because it's dark in the original game. And the spark enemy emits its own light. And you light up a torch, and then that one, and it gradually lights up the room. Realistically. These guys have shadows to help you see it's 3D. And of course, you can just turn that off if you want to, just to get the full original experience. Oh, he's just out of reach. Oh, I don't even have my shield assigned. Look at me. Oh yeah, I don't even think I have a shield. I think a like ate my shield. Oops. Well, yeah, anyway, there's multiple new assignment slots. You can put items on multiple slots now, versus like the 2 in the original game. So you don't have to constantly swap out items. It's just much easier. But yeah, I don't have a shield, so I'm not going to mess with this too much more. I just wanted to show you guys what was able to be pulled off, and what I plan on putting on the second channel hopefully soon. So yeah. I will link to this. I mean, you can find it yourself pretty simply, but I will link directly to this when I have this playthrough recorded and prepared to place on the second channel. So I hope you guys like that. Hope you found that interesting. Anyway, the warp option that I was talking about earlier, you can just warp through here. Just go to the map, and then if you find a dungeon that you've completed, you can warp to it by going to it. Like, I think one of the dungeons is around here. Just go to it and you can warp there. It's somewhere around here, I can't remember. Yeah, there you go. Simple stuff. Alright, now let me see what you guys are talking about. I haven't even had a chance to read the chat. See y'all's opinion on all that. I was actually seriously looking for a Zelda 1 version, you know, like the Zelda 2 version that I showed you guys. I was looking for a Zelda 1 version that did the same thing, you know, had the screen nice and widescreen aspect ratio, but apparently that doesn't exist. And if it does exist, I don't know where to find it. I've looked for that. I'll have to, I might try to look for it again, but man, like that would be nice if I can find that. Probably doesn't exist. It might exist in some form, but probably not in the form that I'd like it to be, you know, like completely canon and official. Just I just want the game itself, the real game itself, just in widescreen. That's it, and not stretched. Is that too much to ask for? I'm baffled that I'm not able to find that. I thought for sure that would exist. Apparently not. Like I said, I might have to look again. Let me turn my stream music back on before I end it, while I read the messages. Oh yeah, Jonsey G, you don't like Zelda 2, do you? Well, I've got the absolute best version that does have the quality of life changes that you wish for to play. So it won't be that bad. It'll be much more fun and entertaining to watch and bearable on the second channel when that finally goes up. We love a good Link Awakening port. Yep. That game deserves it. Let me see. Well, almost all the way through until it soft locked me. Wonder if they fixed that. Yeah, that was one of the major problems. It just soft locked you really early in the game. But yeah, all those problems are fixed. There's no problems anymore, pretty much. They've all been fixed and all been found. All bug reporting has been done. If you find a bug, I'd be surprised. I've been working with the developer on that, on finding bugs and stuff and reporting things for probably since around October. I think is when I first started getting into it. So I've been at it for a while, and he's been fixing the crap out of that game for a while too. So give it up for that guy. True dedication to the craft. Game's a tad loud. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I wish I read that message sooner. Sorry about that. My soul is trying to leave my body in amazement. Oracle games win. You know, that's something I was thinking about asking. I was like, can this guy use this template or this engine that the game's running on for Link's Awakening, that version, can he use that to just craft the Oracle games on top of it? To repurpose it entirely to just make the Oracle games? That would be insane. It should be possible because they use the same exact assets, but you know, the Oracle games have their own sprite sheets and everything. They use mostly the same assets with some unique stuff on top. So I was like, huh, that might be a possibility. But I doubt he's going to be interested in doing that. And if he does make that, it won't be anytime soon. He has been burnt out making Link's Awakening as perfected as it possibly can be. Working his fingers to the bone for the past couple months. Smashing bugs, because there was a ridiculous amount of bugs for that port when it first came out. As a developer, there is nothing more satisfying when you go outside, get outside feedback that is constructive and positive. I can imagine. The more people to look at your game, get their hands on it and mess with it, the better. And it definitely benefited, especially if you're a passionate developer that's actually interested in fixing bugs immediately. And that's like your main passion, is just to fix everything and make the game as fabulous as it can be, as quickly as it can be. That's the greatest environment to be in right there. Like, that's when you get stuff done. It only goes so far if the developer is just disinterested and doesn't address bugs as fast as possible. You can report all the bugs you can want, but it doesn't matter if the developer doesn't do anything, you know, follow up on it. So it's perfect when that happens, though, and that's exactly what happened with this Link's Awakening port that I just showed you guys. Both parties were interested in fixing it, and it did get fixed, let me tell you. I remember the last time I played this, I cheesed one of the dungeons thanks to the seamless camera. Yeah, there was a lot of bugs, a lot of ways to cheese that game. I don't think anyone made a PC port of Zelda 1, but there's a Redux ROM hack that you could take a look at. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm just curious if there's going to be a widescreen version of any of the Zelda ROM hacks, Zelda 1 games. That would be nice. That's what I'm looking for. Because I really want that widescreen modern feel. You know what I'm saying? I literally don't even want anything else. I just want the game itself to just be widescreen. Because for video creation purposes, 4:3, 4:4 aspect ratio games are just annoying visually to put on the screen. Because a lot of the times you have to like double up the image, double up the footage, make the background footage blurry, and then blow it up larger. And it's a lot of annoying work. Just for ease of access, I just want the 16:9 ratio, just to make it easier to edit. Easier to edit and nicer to look at. That's all I wanted to say. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that. Look forward to seeing that sometime soon. I don't know when exactly I'll have enough time to focus on doing those playthroughs, but I'm going to focus on these videos that I'm editing right now. I'm going to get the video edited and then the short edited and out hopefully around middle of February, sometime around there. And after that, that's when I'll focus on those 2 playthroughs. I'll try to get those taken care of. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. It's been a lovely stream. Thank you guys so much for joining the stream. Thank you very much, everybody that sat through the stream the whole time. I know it was absolutely unbearable watching my gameplay. But I hope I left a little nice cherry on the top at the end of the stream there for you guys. Nice little anticipation trophy. Something for you guys to ponder upon until the next stream or the next upload happens. But yeah, thank you guys so much for sticking around. MCL, Wiz Catches Lightning, Dr. Marbel, J. Don Child, how you doing? Let me see. Jonsey G, of course. We had Snooze Poos in the chat earlier. We even had Listless Wither jumping in the stream. Everybody that joined the stream, thank you so much. We had Link Mario as well. Let me see. Who else is in here? We had Pixel Fusion Productions. We had SwaggMasta, Moth. Everybody that joined the stream, thank you so much for catching it. And thank you for sticking till the end. I appreciate you dearly. Thank you so much. I know it's a lot of patience you have to have waiting for me to upload something, but... and I understand that. But things are starting to calm down. And I'm starting to get back into the groove, so don't worry about that. Doc says, it's quite nice to watch and develop too. Nice to watch and to develop too. I was quite productive today. Have a good night, Gossip. Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Marble, and I am glad that you are doing better, by the way. That sounded terrible, what you described earlier about... yeah, don't worry about that. Great hanging out with you. Hey, great hanging out with you. Great seeing you, Wiz. Thank you very much for jumping in the stream. Very unexpected. I appreciate your presence. Thank you so much. This was fun. Night, folks. Night indeed. Let me see. Boom. I'm spamming the chat with hearts. Look at that. I'm a boomer. There you go. Whatever that does, there it is. Alright. Moth, MCL Blue, thank you for joining the stream. This was lovely. Thanks for streaming. Take care, everyone. Jonesy says, have a wonderful night, everybody. Welcome to February officially, and I look forward to seeing you all in the next one. Absolutely. I look forward to seeing every single one of you guys very soon, hopefully in the comments section of my next video. Keep your eyes peeled. And once again, join the Discord server if you want to have more information on what I'm up to. And just a great community to be in. Everybody in there is super chill. So, check the link in the description if you want to jump in on that. And I will see you all again, hopefully soon. Catch y'all later. You have a good one. Bye-bye.